It, of course, is not the only place dealing with wild weather. From Hurricane Sandy to the Alberta floods, we're seeing more examples of extreme weather.
In the United States, authorities have warned of epic amounts of rainfall as Florence, now a tropical depression, continues to cross the Carolinas.
Now, this first portion of the radar cycle, fairly bland and typical, but then you see these bands of very distinct cloud cover moving into the region. That is not rain, that is not snow, believe it or not. Military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff.
To the growing danger in the Philippines, authorities are now warning that an active volcano could possibly erupt again.
This was the deadliest tornado outbreak in the
A 6.4 earthquake and multiple aftershocks.
Small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic or even metallicized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue, and obviously they're up there practicing. Now, they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years, and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is.
We all have heard about the news stories and articles about very extreme weather events happening all around the world. Most of these news articles blame only on man-made global warming or climate change for the root causes of these natural disasters. We are told by so-called scientific experts that carbon dioxide, or our carbon footprint, is the leading factor for Category 5 hurricanes, for massive heat waves, for extreme wildfires, or for constant rainfall. However, this is further from the truth. What if I told you that there was something else contributing into the creation of these natural disasters? Something that is vastly observable, but yet so hidden from the public. For example, when was the last time you've seen a natural cloud? You know what I'm talking about. A roundish, puffy cloud. When was the last time you've seen natural skies? When was the last time you've ever experienced natural weather? We all have asked ourselves this one question. What is wrong with our weather or with the weather?
But first, the question we get asked the most. Just how bad will this winter be?
Well, in this 7-chapter documentary, I will show you and I will answer this question by exposing a reality so great about weather modification or weather manipulation. We will expose who's behind it, why are they doing it, for what purpose, and how it's being done. And that note, let us begin our journey in exposing weather modification.
We shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control. We must, for example, balance the gains of weather modification against the hazards of protracted drought or storm.
Lasers? Really? To change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it. Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
Yeah.
Now, We realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events in agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes, all of them could be subject to weather modification.
For as science investigates the natural environment, it also modifies it. And that modification may have incalculable consequences for evil as well as for good.
A man by the name Thomas Frey, an American futurist and celebrity speaker, once stated, "He who controls the weather will control the world. He who controls gravity will control the universe. He who controls time will never be around." In terms of having the ability to control gravity or time is something more abstract to imagine than having the ability to control the Earth's natural weather. Weather control, also known as climate control, also known as weather modification, is the act of intentionally manipulating or altering the weather. This is a topic I've been wanting to investigate more ever since I woke up to the reality of Haarp, which simply stands for High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program, and on the chemtrail phenomenon. Knowing from the research I've conducted, it is no surprise to me that those who sit behind closed doors, who control our banking systems, who control the mainstream media, and for the most part the whole world, would hold such capabilities and techniques to control the weather. So put on your seatbelts as we uncover the truth, purposes, the origins, and more behind weather modification. If you haven't yet, please share, like, and subscribe to never miss another video on suppressed information as we uncover the truth, praise Yahweh, and expose the Illuminati New World Order agenda. Many people to this very day believe and state that weather modification didn't start into the late 1900s, such as Project or Operation Popeye during the Vietnam War from 1967 to 1972, where the US government and its CIA used chemicals that would be shot out by aircraft to intentionally induce rain to slow down the soldiers from Vietnam in an attempt to extend the monsoon season. Many go on to say weather modification didn't start till after World War II. Surprisingly, weather control actually goes back to the early 1900s, way before aircraft were even being used to seed clouds. For example, James Pollard, SB, a U.S. meteorologist born in Westmoreland County from May 9, 1785 and died later around January 24, 1860, proposed the idea that burning forests may have the capacity to increase rain. The science behind his bold theory goes like so. Storms could be proposed by large fires making local disturbances and the equilibrium of temperature, which would ascend currents of cloud and rain. Although James Pollard's theory on weather control made him famous for his nickname Storm King and the invention of the first ever national weather forecasting, his theory was never put into experimentation. His suggestions to Congress on experimentation of his bold theory led him to rejections due to the absurdity of the idea of purposely creating wildfires to supposedly induce rain. Some of his critics go on to say, did not fear SB's plan would fail, but that it would succeed, placing the power of rainfall into the hands of the federal government. It was clear also that in the 19th century, many people believed that creating a storm could be done by the use of bells, fireworks, and loud sounds. When the Erie Canal was completed in 1825, thousands of revelers congregated along its path to celebrate the new waterway. The celebrations were loud, filled with church bells, firework cannons, etc., eventually leading up to storms that have entered the area along the new waterway. This event ever so slightly convinced those who were celebrating to believe they have summoned a storm. An American lawyer named Robert St. George Dyrenforth, who was the first ever known man to actually conduct weather control, carried out a series of experiments for the government, using violent explosions in Texas to condense water vapor into rain. He was nicknamed the Rainmaker according to Timothy Egan in his 2006 book, The Worst Hard Time. During his lifetime, many European Americans were very dependent on agriculture and plant life. Due to major droughts, many Europeans began to develop an interest in rainmaking. The earliest attempts involved the concussion method, which was premised on the theory that gunpowder explosions triggered friction and generated nuclei to produce rain. Congress later appropriated funds to put this theory into practice. The task was given to Robert St. George Dyrenforth. His experimentations continued from 1891 in Sea Ranch, Andrews County to 1892 in San Antonio. These experimentations were first suggested by Edward Powers. In his book War and the Weather, Edward noted the effects cannons and loud noises had on the weather during war. One of the experiments involved balloons containing oxygen and hydrogen that would explode at a height of a mile or more. This was then followed by the firing of charges of dynamite attached to kites and of blasting powder scattered over a wide area on the ground. Torrential rain would immediately occur. Many more experiments were conducted during different weather conditions as well as elsewhere around the 1890s by several other men. Dyrenforth, on the other hand, never had any success in rainmaking, even though he had done exactly what he had read from War and the Weather. He later became known as Dry Henceforth due to the fact that he never made it rain in Texas. Charles William Post, an American inventor of the early 1900s, also conducted rainmaking with the use of the concussion method, as well as creating the first ever known cornflakes, grapes, and nuts. Due to his belief and readings of the concussion method, he soon started to do his own experiments. In 1910, he began by attaching 2 pounds of dynamite to a kite and fly it into the clouds and igniting it, later stating it was too dangerous. On the high elevations of the Cabrac escarpment, he tried igniting 14-pound bundles of dynamite spaced 50 feet apart on the ground and set off at 10-minute intervals. From 1911 to 1914, Charles William executed rain battles, blasting over up to 24,000 pounds of explosives. Reportedly, he spent $50,000 on rain battles alone and claimed he enticed 7 showers from the sky in 13 attempts. Charles William Post is perhaps one of the most known men to actually conduct rain by the use of the concussion method, for he later predicted that rainmaking would one day replace irrigation. So it seems that in the past, many rainmakers were nicknamed for their insane ideas and bold theories to induce storms or precipitation. Many only did these experiments to help limit droughts and improve agriculture. However, as all of us know, certain experimentations could lead to consequences and dangerous side effects. For a brief example, Charles Maylor Hatfield, or the Moisture Accelerator, a nickname given to him, studied about ploviculture, which is simply a fancy word for rainmaking, made a deal with the city of San Diego in 1915 to help fight against the major droughts that were occurring there. He did so by producing rain with a supposed secret formula of chemicals, which he never revealed. Although Hatfield had known and studied plaviculture before his experimentations, the results that came were outstanding. As he precipitated rain, massive floods were steered along the city of San Diego, causing millions of dollars in damages. This perhaps was the ever first man-made natural disaster in history.
But Charlie had a contract to complete. Marina Reservoir was to be filled, so upon his tower he remained.
Hatfield continued to use his chemicals and to continue the evaporation process even when these rains stopped for approximately a week. Apparently, Marina Reservoir wasn't full at that point. The rain started again on January 24th, but it wasn't severe and people weren't too concerned. But it continued, and it rained on the 25th, and it rained tremendous amounts on the 26th. And people throughout San Diego County began to get very concerned because they hadn't really had a major recovery from the first storm.
Downtown San Diego records 2.19 inches of rain on January the 27th, but more importantly, San Diego River is 435 square miles. It goes all the way out to the backcountry mountains. In some of those areas, rainfalls on January 27th were 24 inches, 30 inches, and so an incredible volume of water comes down Mission Valley. 72,000 cubic feet per second, the biggest flood of the 20th century in San Diego.
Ever since rainmaking became a thing, many men began to develop and create machinery that would simulate the concussion method without the use of kites, balloons, or religious rituals. Machinery like the Steger vortex gun or Hell cannons in 1902, which would cause a discharge of gas and set up vibrations into the clouds, causing rain.
And over here, the hail cannon firing off. It's pretty violent. Can't hardly hold the camera still. We'll film it up there. You can hear the plume flying up. Disrupt the cloud pattern.
This eventually leads us to the beginning of cloud seeding. It first began with FEDO, or Fog Investigation and Dispersal Operation, which was operated during World War II. The operation was meant to clear out fog from an airfield so that aircraft pilots may land safely. During the same time period, a gentleman named Vincent Joseph Schaefer, an American chemist and meteorologist, developed the concept of cloud seeding. He figured out that dumping dry ice into clouds could produce artificial snow or rain. He later developed silver iodide, which is a common chemical compound used today to seed clouds. In this next clip, you're going to see Schaefer's explanation on how cloud seeding works.
This is Vincent Schaefer speaking. I would like to take you into the laboratory and show you a few of the experiments that led us to our outdoor experiments in converting clouds into snow. Using a home freezing unit such as this, which has a temperature of around 0 Fahrenheit, we can form supercool clouds just like those in the natural atmosphere by breathing into the box. The moist air from the breath condenses and forms a cloud, and this cloud cools to a temperature of about 0 degrees Fahrenheit in a few seconds. Any moist thing placed in this box will produce such a cloud. By putting this cloud in the chamber, we can then do various things to it to see whether or not we can convert this supercool cloud to snow. This cloud is made up of liquid water droplets. They are not snow crystals as yet, but by taking a tiny piece of dry ice such as this and scratching it so a few tiny fragments fall into the supercool cloud, long streaks develop just like the vapor trail from an airplane. These contain millions and millions of tiny submicroscopic snow crystals which grow very fast and assume exactly the same forms that natural snowflakes show in an ordinary snowstorm. This is a picture of the first cloud that we seeded back last November. Flying in a small Fairchild plane, and putting dry ice from a small dispenser in the bottom of the plane, we put about 6 pounds of dry ice into this 4-mile cloud, and within a very few minutes saw long streamers of snow falling from the base of the cloud and evaporating into the drier air below. Under many conditions, of course, full-fledged snowstorms will be produced in this way.
Vincent Schaefer wasn't the only man who conducted cloud seeding experiments. 2 other gentlemen were along his side, Bernard Vonnegut and Irving Lingmuir. Although cloud seeding seemed like an excellent creation to prevent droughts or wildfires, Lingmuir later stated, and I quote, "In the amount of energy liberated, the effect of 30 milligrams of silver iodide under optimum conditions equals that of 1 atomic bomb." As years went by, more men and women began to utilize the use of cloud seeding. Many were led to the idea of controlling hurricanes, wildfires, storms, and projects like Project Cirrus, Project Scud, Project Skyfire, Project Skywater, and many others. Much of these projects were conducted all over the United States of America. As a result to all of this, a video recorded around 1965, which originates from a TV show called Science and Engineering Television Journal, came forth with a couple of scientists to disclose how cloud seeding can be used to manipulate or control hurricanes and storms.
One of the most exciting developments in science today concerns the possibility that it may one day be possible to modify and perhaps even control weather and climate.
Walt Disney also created a film in 1959 called Eyes to Outer Space, where scientists go over how satellites and other technologies could be used to control the Earth's natural weather in the near future.
These future satellites will be the key to precise forecasting and control of weather.
The federal government, with the CIA, with the US Navy and Air Force, later took over weather modification programs for their own intentions. This was the beginning of Project Storm Fury and National Modification Cumulus Project. The purpose of these projects was to see if it was possible to either dissipate a hurricane by the use of cloud seeding or increase rainfall and storms. After several experiments with cloud seeding, they figured out that weather control alone could serve as a weapon for war and that steering storms could be used for destroying land resources. This is true because during 1969 and 1970, the CIA was reported of ruining Cuba's sugar crops by the use of cloud seeding. This was originally disclosed by a gentleman named Lowell Pont. Lowell Pont claimed that the CIA's goal was to destabilize the weather in the Soviet Union and China to ruin harvests in order to create political unrest. Before these allegations, however, was Operation Popeye in 1967. Operation Popeye was sponsored by Henry Kissinger and CIA to seed clouds during the Vietnam War, causing landslides and an overdose of rainfall. This perhaps was the inception of weather warfare, which is simply the definition of the military interfering with or using weather modification for their own purposes, which of course could be for good or evil. Due to these violent uses of weather modification from the military and government, the Environmental Modification Convention later signed an international treaty in 1977 to ban weather warfare completely, prohibiting the military from using weather modification for hostile purposes. Nevertheless, Russians still had this technology in use, according to a report in 1979. NOAA also conducted an atmospheric modification program in 1980. Surprisingly, a Navy physicist and weather modification expert, Dr. Ben Livingston, actually briefed President Lyndon B. Johnson on the effectiveness of weather control back in the 1960s. Ben Livingston was involved in cloud seeding programs, such as Project Storm Fury and Operation Popeye. In an interview with Alex Jones, Ben Livingston exposes how the US government has always wanted to have pure control of hurricanes. He also goes on to explain that Hurricane Katrina could have actually been greatly minimized by the use of cloud seeding, but was allowed to fully impact the Gulf states for political reasons. Sounds like treason to me, wink wink.
The results from the Hurricane Debbie experiment seemed so positive that many individuals believed the project should go operational, seeding major hurricanes that threaten land. A team of scientists at Stanford Research Institute at Stanford University did a decision analysis on all past seeding events, including the Esther, that's the 1961 and 1963 experiments. Dr. James Matheson of that group, reflecting their views, stated, "We claim they should consider seeding now if a big hurricane comes straight from Miami." These scientists said the government may have to accept responsibility for not seeding and thereby exposing the public to higher probabilities of severe storm damage and possible higher death tolls.
You can find the full interview in YouTube just by typing "the father of weaponized weather" in the search bar. You can also find it in a website called casecorner.wordpress.com. Even though the US had officially banned weather warfare, weather modification was still a plausible solution to have a positive impact against storms, droughts, tornadoes, etc. In a National Weather Modification Policy Act in 1976 published by Congress, it states, "Weather modification technology has significant potential for preventing, diverting, or moderating the adverse effects of such disasters and hazards." This policy act helped escalate many more weather modification programs, which involved things like marine cloud brightening boats and new strategies to control the ionosphere, which led to the birth of Haarp. We'll be covering Haarp later on as we continue to unfold who's behind weather control in today's era. Now that we understand where the concept of weather modification comes from and how it all began, we must now figure out what geoengineering is and how chemtrails fit in the category of weather modification. But before we continue, I want to give a shout out to a guy named Jim Lee for providing this information on weather modification. His work is phenomenal. Most of the information that I have gathered for this video comes from his website, weathermodificationhistory.com and climateviewer.com. You can find all the historic information, policy acts, technologies, and more about weather modification in his websites. Anyways, we will now be focusing our attention to the modern era of weather modification and expose it for what it is, and show you how weather warfare is now at full scale around us 24/7, and how our corrupted state of secret men have taken over weather modification programs, and show you their agenda for the use of such technologies. Now that we understand the origins and the history and the lore of weather modification, we can now start to unfold the current weather modification programs that are currently occurring and happening right in front of our eyes every day, 24/7 in the skies. So, we're going to be discussing about geoengineering, specifically solar geoengineering, also known as stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI. And I want to begin with David Keefe and Harvard University, because during 2015, David Keefe and Harvard University came out in public specifically talking about and disclosing what solar geoengineering is, which is briefly summarized in their own website, stating, and I quote, "Geoengineering refers to a set of emerging technologies that could manipulate the environment and partially offset some of the impacts of climate change." Certain technologies are actually being proposed by geoengineer scientists as a potential advancement for geoengineering. One of the technologies to be used for geoengineering is cloud seeding. In a smart chart, it briefly explains how cloud seeding works. And I will quote, "Silver iodide is released by a plane or ground-based generator. Silver iodide particles reach the targeted cloud. The silver iodide aids in the formation of ice crystals. The ice crystals become large enough to create snow." Another form of technology to be used for geoengineering is ocean iron fertilization or aquatrails. It's basically the idea of dumping iron into the oceans, which would grow phytoplankton, which would capture CO2. Another form of technology to be used for geoengineering is marine cloud brightening boats. The strategy would be to spray salt water into the air to make marine clouds reflect more incoming solar radiation. As seen in this photo, they already have tested it out. A fourth proposal by geoengineers are space mirrors, which are self-explanatory. And finally, the one we have been waiting for, stratospheric aerosol injection or SAI, which is described by a geoengineer named Alan Robock as, and I quote, "One suggested geoengineering response involves creating a cloud of particles in the stratosphere to reflect sunlight." According to Dr. Gernot Wignier, a co-director of Harvard's Solar Geoengineering Research Program, he claims that a hypothetical deployment program starting 15 years from now would be technically possible, strictly from an engineering perspective. And according to Wake Smith, a study co-author at Yale stated that no aircraft has the combination of altitude and payload capabilities required for stratospheric aerosol injection. In other words, geoengineering scientists claim they don't have the technology to do such a thing. And if they did, they would say they wouldn't know the outcomes or the consequences of using these geoengineering schemes via these technologies they propose to use.
My personal opinion is that we have to keep geoengineering on the table. We have to look at it very carefully because we might get desperate enough to want to use it. The danger, of course, with geoengineering is the one I was referring to a moment ago. We don't understand the system well enough to predict its responses in detail, and that means there's always a danger if you try to engineer the system on a large scale that you will do something that has side effects that are worse than the dimension of the problem you're trying to cure with the geoengineering in the first place. There are a variety of schemes that have been discussed for geoengineering. A classic example is injecting reflecting particles into Earth orbit that would deflect some of the sunlight that would otherwise be warming the Earth, and in that way try to produce a cooling effect to offset the heating effect of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases.
In addition, in an episode of the Colbert Report from Stephen Colbert, he interviews David Keefe specifically on solar geoengineering. What you're about to hear is perhaps one of the most vital information out there to this day, at least in my opinion, on geoengineering, coming from the man who is actually participating in this geoengineering program. Take a listen.
You could actually spray sulfuric acid in the stratosphere 20 kilometers over our head and use that to stop the planet warming up in a ugly tech fix.
You could spray something into the atmosphere to change.
Spray pollution into the atmosphere to stop it warming.
How do you do this?
You'd start with a fleet of modified business jets and say 20,000 tons of sulfuric acid into the stratosphere every year. And each year you have to put a little more. And this doesn't, in the long run, mean that you can forget about cutting emissions. We will need to rein in emissions.
No, we'll get to it eventually. But in the meantime, we're shrouding the Earth in sulfuric acid.
So people are terrified about talking about this because they're scared that it will prevent us cutting emissions.
Right, and also that it's sulfuric acid.
We put 50 million tons of sulfuric acid in the air now as pollution, and it kills 1 million people a year worldwide.
Okay, but it'll be better if we put more in.
We're talking about 1% of that.
1% more, we're just killing 10,000 more people.
You can do math.
What happens to the sulfuric acid after it's sprayed? Does it just stay up there?
No, it rains down, but it's a tiny addition to what we're already doing.
Is there any possible way this could come back to bite us in the end?
It actually turns out to be an old idea. This was known since President Johnson.
You ever look at those planes up there? They have contrails behind them. Maybe all those planes are the contrails. Maybe they're actually spraying chemicals into the atmosphere right now, and Uncle Sam isn't telling us.
Seems extremely unlikely.
That the United States is not telling something to its citizens? That seems extremely likely to me. Read the newspaper. I think they might have your idea already.
So there you have it. They came out publicly talking about solar geoengineering, and nobody seemed to care. And still to this very day, there's posts everywhere, news articles of them saying, well, we might, experiment with geoengineering, or yes, we are experimenting, but you never know the consequences, etc., etc., etc. Even though we see a similar aspect of what they call stratospheric aerosol injection happening in our skies almost on a daily basis, all you gotta do is peek at your window, look at the sky, and you'll begin to start noticing jets, whether it be commercial or military aircraft, spraying long-lasting lines that stretch from horizon to horizon that linger into a hazy, milky, gray-looking sky and clouds. Nevertheless, these same stratospheric aerosol injections are actually chemtrails. If you don't know what chemtrails are, I would recommend reading a book from a guy named William Thomas, an author of his book Chemtrails Confirm. In his book, he describes the differences of a chemtrail and a contrail, laying down all the facts of whether or not what we're seeing in the skies are actual chemical trails or condensation trails, with actual data from NASA and NOAA themselves. Surprisingly, William Thomas was actually the first man to popularize and promote the word chemtrails.
A chemical trail leaves a plume that stays in the sky for many hours, and chemtrails are rarely seen alone. What we most commonly see are X patterns, parallel rows, tic-tac-toe like grids in the sky, and of course airliners do not fly those kind of traffic patterns, particularly over rural areas where they're rarely seen. So chemical trails last a long time, and another giveaway is that if the sun is behind them, we often see a prismatic or rainbow effect in the sky through those chemical trails, indicating, scientists have told me, indicating the presence of chemicals in the air.
Stratospheric well-back seeding for reduction of global warming. A process to reflect infrared energy back into space. And this patent called for chemicals to be sprayed into the greenhouse gas layer, wait for this, 22,000 feet and higher. What were they going to spray? Oxides of metal. Which oxide? Aluminum oxide. Now you're saying, well, that's a heck of a lot of airplanes flying a lot of missions to spray that kind of material. So we turned to the United States Air Force, and you know what I found? They happen to own over 800 tanker aircraft, KC-135 and KC-10 aircraft. Exactly the planes that we have positively identified in hundreds of photographs and miles of videotape as the aircraft spraying these chemtrails.
You mentioned earlier that you're a pilot.
Yeah.
Talk about chemtrails. We hear a lot about that. What are those, and are they for real?
Well,
when you look into that and ask questions, they say, oh yeah, contrails. No, contrails are behind a jet. If you see a jet flying very high, the stripe, the condensed stripe behind it, that's normal. But in areas first observed where there's very little population, you see a jet airplane going, and it's not only one, they have 4 condensed stripes behind them. They go this way, this way, this way, this way, and then this way, this way, this way, this way. And when you inquire about it, ask people, you recognize that the real climate change scientists are truly ticked off because apparently nobody really is asking them. It's the special interest, in my opinion, it's the oil industry, the energy industry that are blowing smoke up somebody's you-know-what and telling them that we have to lay a pattern up there to prevent sun energy from hitting Earth. And what they're doing in there, it's now pretty much determined. They're putting in there aluminum, barium, and strontium. Now you take these chemicals and run them through a PubMed literature search in respect to human health, you will find more than 3,000 papers. Aluminum alone, aluminum Alzheimer's, right, mental, there's no question about it. Now it so happens, when there were people who really paid attention, if there was due to some weather and air changes, wind patterns, suddenly this stuff that they're laying out there, it comes down in rain. If it falls on crops, it kills the crops. It's like they have big blisters on any one of the crops, vegetables or things like this. Organic crops, totally destroyed, can't even use them.
All 3 of these elements, if ingested enough by the body, could lead to health problems. For example, ingestion of too much aluminum may potentially cause Alzheimer's, as well as respiratory failure. Barium can have similar effects like making you nausea or have a severe impact to your heart. And I can go on. The bottom line is that all 3 chemicals have some sort of major impact to our health if we ingest high levels of it, of course. And the thing is, every day, at least most of the time, they're spraying these things everywhere in the skies, exponentially, almost non-stop. And I think the point that I'm trying to get across is that how can we avoid all this ingestion of aluminum, barium, strontium from the sky, from these chemtrails, if they're spraying almost every day? And the thing is, all this lands on trees, the food, the oceans, the waters, the lakes, the plants, everywhere, even the insects.
About a third of the American food supply depends on bees. They help pollinate many crops, but the bee population is declining. This nature preserve in Chester County is trying to reverse that with a pollination garden to attract bees. But they'll face a new challenge as the U.S. Department of Agriculture suspends collecting data for its annual honeybee colonies report, an important tool for understanding the plummeting honeybee population.
What you would see is more desert than you would see healthy, vibrant landscapes. Their critical impact is on the food source.
Scientists say bee populations have been steadily declining for more than a decade because of parasites, pesticides, habitat loss, and climate change.
You know, it's pretty funny that mainstream scientists and media always tend to blame global warming or climate change for every disease or natural disaster out there that occurs on a daily basis. Yet they avoid anything else but CO2. For example, there's something called cirrus clouds. Cirrus clouds are induced by supposed persistent long contrails. These cirrus clouds trap heat, and in these cirrus clouds are soot and carbon black dust. In soot, there's aluminum, barium, and a whole bunch of elements in them that fall out and create these looking cirrus clouds.
Soot is filled with metals,
such as chromium, iron, molybdenum, sodium, calcium, aluminum, vanadium, barium, cobalt, copper, nickel, lead, magnesium, manganese, silicon, titanium, and zirconium. Considering that some fraction of soot can effectively act as an ice nucleating particle, and that a dominant fraction of ice residuals in cirrus clouds contain metal compounds, the presented findings support the assumption that aircraft engine emissions can act as ice nucleating particles, or cloud condensation nuclei, or just generically called a cloud seed.
If you're still in doubt that these trails in the skies aren't containing chemicals or particulates, I would recommend looking at the samples that I will present right now. Some of these samples contain high amounts of aluminum, barium, or even strontium, or even other elements just higher than their normal rate of level.
It is called geoengineering, fighting global warming by putting a chemical dust in the atmosphere and reflecting harmful radiation back into space.
You could use barium oxide, for example, which makes big fluffy clouds. You could use tiny little bits of aluminum, which is benign in the environment, and essentially manage the climate.
And what I found was unusual spiking since the early 1990s in barium, aluminum.
But Rosalind Peterson of California Skywatch says health department records show a sharp increase in both chemicals in the water supply of Northern California, dating from the time the huge contrails first appeared over her home in Mendocino County.
What's the significance of the barium and the aluminum?
I went and got all the tests, and all these things in the same test would be up way over state and federal standards. It had to be airborne, because how could it get to such diverse regions of our county? We have jets going in every direction. X's, east, west, north, south, circles. There is something going on in the air. I don't know exactly what, but I think there's some experimentation.
I would also recommend listening to David Keefe's presentations, as he himself and many of his other geoengineer lobbyists have explored the possibility of using aluminum and other elements for geoengineering.
I'll tell you a little bit about some new work we've been doing, thinking about how you actually might put aerosols in the stratosphere. The novel method we've been thinking about, or it's not novel at all, it's actually exactly what happens from aircraft contrails, is that we put a condensable, a few megatons a year of sulfur would be enough to produce sort of 4 watts per square meter radiative forcing directly out of the back of an aircraft. There's a huge literature in the nanofabrication world about making fine particles from low vapor pressure gas, and there's nothing very hard in terms of aircraft engineering. If you go to aircraft engineers, and we've done this, they say that would be easy, we could do this if you want us to. We've mostly thought about sulfur, and there's a lot of good reasons to think about sulfur, because sulfur's what nature does, at least in this version of the model, is if you put sulfur in continuously, you actually get a remarkably ineffective result. Nevertheless, there might be some good reasons to think about aluminum. The big deal really is that aluminum has 4 times the volumetric rate as sulfur, but roughly 16 times less the coagulation rate. So you could get away, we think, with much smaller mass flux. The little picture is from a nanofabrication study, which shows you can make high-quality alumina particles just by spraying aluminum vapor out, which oxidizes. So it certainly seems pretty cost-effective and easy to do this with aircraft that are not very different from conventional aircraft. High-class business jets like the Gulfstream have wing designs that are very efficient. So with slightly different engine choices, they can easily deliver large weights up to sort of 20 kilometers or a little higher. And you could do that by either building new versions of these aircraft or even re-engineering existing aircraft. We have engineering firms that can do it. So you go to an engineering firm and you want this done. They don't say this is hard or unusual. They say, okay, yes, we could do it.
I don't know if this is true or not, that some scientists are trying to figure out a way to block the sun to try to slow down global warming.
Yeah, it's a measure of the feeling of desperation that some of them feel.
Are they really thinking they could do that?
Well, some of them are seriously proposing, and I think it's completely nuts.
Yeah.
You put another kind of pollution, sulfur dioxide, up to orbit, cover the atmosphere. The sky won't be really blue in the way it is now anymore, but it would block out some of the sun's heat so that we wouldn't have to take the difficult steps to stop spewing all this global warming pollution into the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. And of course, there are a lot of problems with what they're proposing.
As for anyone who doubts that a global chemtrail program is occurring, I would encourage you to take a step back. Let's first go over the first excuse, the World War II bombers.
Countless disinformation sources are doing their best to try and cast doubt in the public's mind about the blatantly obvious climate engineering assault going on in skies around the globe. They tell us climate engineering is not happening. And what do they offer as proof for such a conclusion? They often refer to photos or film footage of World War II B-17 bombers leaving massive trails behind them during bombing runs, as if this somehow proves we should see the same massive trails behind modern, high-bypass, turbofan jet engines that are standard equipment on all military tankers and all commercial carriers. What the official sources of disinformation don't tell us about the World War II piston engine bombers is that they were actually equipped with water vapor injection systems for their primitive piston-driven engines. These engines also put out immense amounts of pollution and particulate matter, which further facilitated the potential for forming visible trails. The World War II bomber film footage you are looking at clearly shows a starting and stopping sequence of the trail emitting from the aircraft. What does this mean? It means that what we're seeing is not simply a result of typical exhaust condensation, as we've been told. U.S. patents for climate engineering processes go back at least to 1920, and historical documents prove the U.S. military was openly engaged in climate modification experimentation and deployment by the mid-1940s. So what type of trail exactly are we seeing behind the B-17s that's being turned on and off? Is it the water vapor injection systems? Is it related to early weather modification experiments? We can speculate, but this is certain. A condensation trail doesn't start and stop midair as if it was cut with a knife. There are no such atmospheric conditions that would create such an abrupt cessation of a naturally occurring exhaust vapor trail. The official denial of the ongoing global climate engineering assault is far beyond criminal. The public's propensity to blindly accept the official denial of what they can easily see and clearly see with their own eyes is beyond perplexing and troubling. The upper level canopy of jet aircraft sprayed solar radiation management particulate trails is blatantly obvious to anyone who's willing to utilize their sense of vision and their sense of reason.
While people like Dane Wigington are exposing the dangers of this global geoengineering program, mainstream media continues to discredit all viable sources with their term conspiracy theory and leaving Wikipedia links to their point of view of this whole chemtrail aerosol spraying, leading the masses into the conception of condensation trails, which I don't deny, but what we're seeing globally, the spraying, the haze, the weird cloud patterns, are certainly not water vapor.
By the USPTO.gov is from the government, is providing this information. It is public. So here is the USPTO, United States Patent and Trademark Office. If you look to the right, these are the patents. If you look to the left, these are the dates that they happened and what they're doing. 1920 is when it started to happen. The process and apparatus for the production of intense artificial clouds, fog, or mist. And they go on. I'm going to go slowly. I'm not going to read this for you because you can take a look for yourself.
The question now remains, is there anything else that's being sprayed from these chemtrail aerosols? The answer is absolutely yes. Substances like nanoparticles, carbon black, and lithium have also been reported to be sprayed by these jet aircrafts according to the samples that William Thomas collected and from the research that I've conducted. The thing is, these substances don't need to just come from aircraft, but can also come from satellites from space or sounding rockets, according to NASA.
The people of Espanola raised such a ruckus that the Ministry of Environment Ontario was forced to get involved. And they ran tests on rainwater following the heavy spray days. And guess what they found? They found carbon black, which the United States Air Force says they use for weather modification. They found hundreds of molds, fungi, but most of what they found was aluminum. 7 times the safe levels. Aluminum at levels the North Lab said would kill fish. We have the lab test, we have the study. It matches the Hughes patent. It matches what Edward Teller and Freeman Dyson and others were calling for.
Yeah, it's very important we communicate what we're doing to the public. We're very interested in making sure everyone knows what we're doing. We're not, we're a civilian space agency dedicated to science and research and so on. So we're very, very keen to make sure that the taxpayers know what we're doing and everything. So.
Well, you know, when the article came out in the major newspapers, including the Huffington Post, there was no mention of lithium. Not one. Not one mention of lithium until I heard the recording of the actual, I listened to it. I listened to the rockets go off. I had no idea there was going to be a lithium dispersed until I heard payload, lithium, disperse.
Good indicators of chemical deploys. And lithium on Terran Proved Divine have been deployed. Okay.
RSO TDOSS request to declare the area clear and release the roadblocks.
TD concurs if RSO does.
RSO concurs.
Oh, it copies. Yeah, the science team reports out that they do see the lithium trails. These lithium trails allow them to look at the winds and that of the ionosphere, and these winds are believed to be the carriers of the dynamic.
Well, make sure everyone knows that we see the lithium from the airplane.
Roger that.
What you just heard was an excerpt of a telephone call that Madison Star Moon made to NASA, asking NASA about the chemtrails and lithium being sprayed. They admit that they are spraying lithium, and lithium appears at night, red, pink colors in our sky. What I want to ask all of you is, the video that you will see of mine in a few minutes, do you see this color in your skies? Because I see it often here, and I absolutely do believe that they are spraying lithium quite often into our atmosphere. And this is a very, very dangerous soft metal that they are spraying. But here on NASA, on their own site, microdust weaponry, a mechanical analog to micron-sized mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol and inhaled into the lungs. Dust mechanically bores into lung tissue and executes various pathological missions, a wholly new class of weaponry which is legal.
What you just watched was NASA admitting spraying lithium with sounding rockets and by chemtrail aerosols, as I like to call it. And they also have a document of exotic weapons, the future, called The Future Is Now. In this document, they say that they would spray smart dust by aerosols. What is smart dust? Smart dust is basically small little rice-looking chips made out of nanotechnology that can be dispersed either by aircraft, aerosols, or injected into the body, which by default can damage the body from inside, causing a disease known as Morgellons syndrome. And as you can see here by these photos, these are the results of the growth of these nanofibers that expand and grow inside your body and eventually come out.
Everything you've learned, please, can't you just give me the medicine, please? I'm gonna die if you don't. I can't.
A call from Leanne Cofield's sister.
I'm in constant pain.
A brief message with a long story. Leanne believes something is killing her mother and both of her sisters. Painful sores cover parts of their bodies, and no one seems to be able or willing to help. Leanne moved from Mobile to Sheffield, Alabama last year to be closer to her family.
This is my mother, Rebecca.
But being close is no longer an option.
I haven't touched my mother since August.
She believes touching is just too risky.
They hurt.
Rebecca Cofield started developing these sores in August of 2005.
They don't necessarily itch, but they do hurt. And just the emotional and the physical part of it, is just makes me not be able to do much of anything. The sores on my head and my hair falling out. And
her daughters, Beth and Crystal, also began to develop the sores.
It feels like stabbing pain, seeing. And after having never had any health problems before, I've been treated like a hypochondriac, like a delusional.
They've been to doctor after doctor seeking help. Instead of getting it, they've been called crazy.
They would like to put us in a mental health center.
Leanne turned to the internet, hoping to find help for her family.
That's where I found that message board of the Morgellons. And it seemed to fit. Mm-hmm.
She found countless others experiencing the same misery, a brain fog of sorts, problems concentrating, the feeling of bugs crawling on and biting the skin, and painful itchy sores that produce mysterious red and blue fibers and black specks. Some have even reported finding parasites in their sores.
And other things you find, now it's getting thin, it's really getting thin, is fragments of insect skin being extracted from a Morgellon victim. So something makes these, something from this disease is making insect parts or insects grow within the human body.
Cloud seeding continues to be practiced in over 34 countries worldwide. But silver iodide and dry ice nuclei are Stone Age technologies compared to today's higher-tech particle payloads. The most amazing of these belong to a family of weather mod devices that are so small you might not see one, even if it was floating in your eye. Ranging from the ultra-tiny to the nearly invisible, these are the revolutionary micro-machines that will be the workhorses of any world weather control system. They're MEMS, micro-electromechanical sensors.
GEMS are global environmental MEMS sensors, a concept that we have come up with that deals with a massive wireless network of airborne probes.
The idea is to release 10,000 or more of these dust-sized probes every day from airplanes, stratospheric platforms, or satellites. Like weather balloons, the probes would monitor weather information over every kilometer of the Earth's surface at a resolution that is today unheard of. It's also possible that the GEMS themselves could be made to play an active role in cloud dynamics. In effect, cloud seeding with 1 million microscopic computers.
We could potentially use these very small devices either as cloud condensation nuclei to seed clouds the way that current weather modification is done, or potentially something even more futuristic would be to actually have the devices be active, where they could introduce some perturbation into parts of the atmosphere to actually modify the weather.
In conclusion, we have geoengineering lobbyists claiming that they're supposedly going to start spraying the skies and the stratosphere in the near future to combat global warming, even though we all know that's a cover-up for the current chemtrail program that is happening right before our eyes. We also know they're spraying in these chemtrails are aluminum, barium, strontium, carbon black dust, soot, lithium, nanoparticulates. We also know these elements are being used for weather modification programs and are falling down, harming the human population and insects. And finally, we know the 3 key players behind the chemtrail aerosol spraying. Number 1, NASA, or in its entirety, the US government allied with the military-industrial congressional complex and Air Force. Number 2, geoengineering lobbyists who are being funded by a high-level elite named Bill Gates, who has connections to the Bilderberg Group and the Rockefeller Foundation, which we'll get into later and why that's important, as well as NOAA. And number 3, your local weather modification companies who are using cloud seeding to modify the weather, whether it be for good or bad intentions. Now that we know who's behind the chemtrail aerosol spraying and what's coming down from the spraying, we can now start to see and finally find out how this chemtrail aerosol spraying is working in conjunction with Haarp, High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program. We will now be finding and looking at Haarp and see the correlations between Haarp and the chemtrail aerosol spraying and how the military and our own government is using it for weather warfare and weather modification. So now that we understand what the chemtrail aerosols are spraying or what geoengineering is, we can begin to look at other technologies like Haarp or the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program and on Nextra Doppler radars and their involvement in weather modification or weather control programs in the modern era, as well as looking at the connection between chemtrails. But before we do, we have to take a closer look as to where this technology came from and how it's being used today to do exactly what I just said, to modify the weather. During the 19th century, a famous scientist and inventor, Nikola Tesla, discovered the use of alternative current and free energy. He later designed an alternative current system, or AC, which is the main electrical source of power used today throughout the entire world, such as electrical motors. He also created the Tesla coil, which is highly used in radio technology. But one of the most remarkable inventions that Nikola Tesla could have ever come up with was the Tesla Tower. He believed that this Tesla Tower would be used among many nations throughout the world to produce free electricity or energy without the need of paying bills. Interestingly enough, J.P. Morgan, an American financier of the Morgan family, was the main person to be financing Nikola Tesla's inventions or ideas over his lifetime. However, once J.P. Morgan realized that the Tesla Tower could provide free electricity for the entire world, he knew that he wouldn't get any benefit or payment back after letting such technology go loose throughout the world. So he decided to order a destruction of the tower around 1917. What was interesting about Nikola Tesla's tower was that not only was it able to provide free electricity, it was also discovered that it had weather modification potentials. For example, in 1915, 2 years before the tower was destroyed, Nikola Tesla published an article called "The Wonder World Created by Electricity in Manufacturer's Record." It states, and I quote, "The time is very near when we shall have precipitation of the moisture of the atmosphere under complete control, and then it will be possible to draw unlimited quantities of water from oceans, develop any desired amount of energy, and completely transform the globe by irrigation and intensive farming. A greater achievement of man through the medium of electricity can hardly be imagined." End quote. So as we can see here, Nikola Tesla believed that moving the world to free electricity could help heal the world from all the pollution, but also save us a lot of cash or money from paying the light bills every 3 to 4 months. By the time it was the 1920s and the 1930s, Nikola Tesla and other scientists proposed to have created a laser type of weapon or a death ray. Many of them claim that they have tested out these laser type of weapons without public notice. Nikola Tesla was also the first to discover the usage of scalar waves, also known as longitudinal waves. These waves are not a set of the electromagnetic spectrum. The only difference about these scalar waves, according to Nikola Tesla's experiments, is that these waves have the ability to penetrate through any solid object or even pass through the other side of the Earth. Although Nikola Tesla's inventions and inventions may have sounded absurd, he still remains as the most remarkable and famous scientist of the 19th century. In fact, since 1943, the FBI classified or seized Nikola Tesla's papers after his death. Since World War II and after Nikola Tesla's death, weather modification and space-based weapons became a mission of the United States military and Soviet Union. The United States, under the Reagan administration, ordered a program named Star Wars and continued during different classified names. The US government agencies were to become much of what President Eisenhower warned about as quote, the military-industrial complex.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
In 1958, the military reported of having success with using Tesla's concept of electromagnetic beams or directed energy weapons that were directed at the ionosphere to control the weather. However, the Soviet Union were more advanced or ahead in weather modification and directed energy weapons. For example, in 1975, Brezhnev warned about limiting the development of new weapons, quote, more frightening than the mind of man had ever imagined, end quote. One of the weapons that Brezhnev was referring to was known as the Tesla howitzer, which is a reference to Nikola Tesla's inventions that were, seized by the FBI. The Tesla howitzer was fully completed in the 1980s at Sarah-Shangan missile range. This Tesla technology was essentially a laser particle beam weapon. As for weather modification, the Soviets had already begun experimenting with ocean or climate control with cloud seeding and other various methods back in the 1940s. But after getting into the hands of Nikola Tesla's classified papers, the Soviets began trying weather modification with something known as the Russian woodpecker. Now, the Russian woodpecker is originally known as the Diogar radar, but was given this nickname because of the picking sound, or the pick woodpecker sound that it made when transmitting these ELF signals to North America. The reason they were sending these signals was to detect any incoming missiles from North America. This was done throughout the 1970s to the 1980s. At the same time, a gentleman named Tom Burden, an expert in scalar wave Tesla technologies, he had already made countless of research to prove that scalar waves are being used by the Soviets to modify the weather and create earthquakes. Tom Burden points out that the Russian woodpecker can create almost like a scalar wave pattern grid, if you will, over a country to modify the weather. In one of his articles regarding cloud formation and weather control, he states, and I quote, moving the jet stream around to engineer the weather can, for example, entrain moisture from over the Pacific Ocean and mix it with cold air, displaced in Canada to create snow in icy conditions. If curls are added, tornadoes will result, and so on, end quote.
But what they actually did shortly before the death of Brezhnev, they started adjusting across the United States a great interference pattern from multiple transmitters of the woodpecker radars. Anyway, where the interference was, if you'll check the woodpecker signals, you'll see that's the type of interference pattern. They set up an interference pattern over the U.S. and it left signatures. When you adjust these things and you adjust with little slips, you pop out energy, you get rumbles and booms and earthquakes and all this, and those things happened from Florida, North Alabama, Virginia, all up through the Carolinas, up through mid-England, up through the middle of the country, Texas, all over, West Coast, everywhere. You simply determine by your timing and interferometry and Fourier transforms which one of the grid cells you want to activate. And they're much finer than this. By the way, over Huntsville, Alabama, a friend and I saw this grid from horizon to horizon in even plowed field rows, north to south, and from horizon to horizon in even plowed rows from east to west. And that is not natural. It does not happen. Anyway, what they did is if you take energy out of one cell, that produces a low zone, a low pressure zone. If you add energy in another cell, that produces a high pressure zone. I think you can see, if I scan my radar or rotate it, the beam, either electromagnetically or rotate the antenna, gently and move those highs and lows alone, I can direct and capture and control the jet streams. And that's exactly what they did. The jet streams had a classic bend, dipping way down south abnormally far, and then roaring up the Adirondack chain. And so we had all kinds of good weather following that pattern and the deviation of the jet streams. Even the journal Science has published an article from a study that shows in the last decade the variation in the weather over North America has been greater than can be statistically expected except once in 1,200 years.
They discovered they were actually burning a hole in the ionosphere and the signal was being shot off into space. They also noticed that the area of the ionospheric hole had an effect on approaching weather fronts. The weather fronts were being deflected around the ionospheric heated area. Inadvertent weather modification. In an article titled, "Is ELF Able to Manipulate the Weather?" from Popular Communications, June 1984, has a technique devised by Tesla permitted the Soviets to alter the world's weather. Dr. Andrew Mitrowski, Canadian State Department, said, in the case of the winter of 1976 and 77, the Soviets managed to establish terrestrial electrical resonance and then learned how to establish relatively stable and localized ELF magnetic fields, which were able to hamper or divert the jet stream flow in northern hemisphere. Dr. Walter Orr Roberts, Aspen Institute of Colorado, said, the idea of changing the conductivity of the atmosphere as a weather modification experiment is not ridiculous.
As the Soviets began to advance in weather modification, more evidence of this was shown during the 1970s and 1980s. Because of the amount of strange and almost unbelievable weather that has emerged, such as droughts, many began to realize that these strange weather anomalies were due to the Soviets tampering with the weather with weather control. And I believe this to be the case, considering the fact that the Club of Rome and other various organizations, which we'll get into pretty soon or later, came up with the idea of climate change and claimed that the cause of all the current droughts and winter storms during the 1970s were due to what they claimed as, quote, man-made global warming, when in reality, technology like the Russian woodpecker, cloud seeding, and all other various methods for weather control was and are still the leading factor for all the natural weather anomalies, not climate change, but more on that later. Another reason to believe the Soviets were the first to develop these kind of technologies is because John George Trump, an American electrical engineer who was born in 1907 and died later at the age of 77 in 1985, he came out claiming the exact same thing regarding Nikola Tesla's stolen papers, which he claimed to have his hands on, that the Soviets had a secret laser beam particle weapon that was undisclosed to the public.
Of course, I spent a good deal of time looking through these papers, trying to find out what the nature of this secret weapon was. I think I had, although I don't remember it so very accurately, an idea of what its properties were. It had the capability of acting at a great distance, of being destructive to flying objects and things of that kind, at a place which was remote from the source.
With the end of the Cold War and the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991 at Moscow, the United States, with its new form of armaments known as the military-industrial complex, began constructing their own version of the Russian woodpecker, aka Haarp, prior to Reagan's administration and the Star Wars program. Because the United States and the Soviet Union were in a race for Star Wars weapons, which ended up being a complete fraud because of the connections or friendships that both of them had, but I digress. Anyways, the United States in 1987 began constructing new concepts for ionospheric modification, which ended up leading to the construction or the creation of the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program at Kokona, Alaska, United States. It first began as a military project during its construction around 1990 to 2007. It was jointly managed by the U.S. Navy, by the U.S. Air Force, by the Department of Defense, by DARPA, by the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and by BAE Systems, a powerful military and CIA contractor. Now, the Haarp project, or the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program, is comprised of what is known as IRI, or the Ionospheric Research Instrument. It's basically a set of ionospheric heaters, a powerful phased array transmitter or antenna that shoots out billions of watts of radio frequency waves at the ionosphere, specifically ELF or VLF waves. Furthermore, Haarp can produce about 3.6 billion watts of high-frequency radio waves at the ionosphere. So it's basically a powerful microwave transmitter that can heat up a small portion of the ionosphere and essentially control it. It is also the main studying factor or facility that is used for researching the ionosphere, magnetosphere, and mainly space weather. In addition, by beaming the high-frequency radio waves at the polar aurora electrojet of the polar regions of the ionosphere, the radio electromagnetic ELF waves will bounce back to Earth, penetrating every single specimen, whether living or dead, on the Earth. Although the military did utilize Haarp for experiments on the ionosphere and other various creations like artificial plasma clouds or artificial air glows on the ionosphere, the military eventually gave the full facility to the hands of the University of Alaska Fairbanks, leading them and the scientists to further research and do experiments with the facility. This also led to them making open houses so that any skepticism may be rejected and make anyone who questions the Haarp facility look like lunatics or quote-unquote conspiracy theorists, when in reality, the Haarp facility should be questioned by authority, because with further research, it will be known that the Haarp facility, with many other facilities around the world similar to Haarp, other ionospheric heaters, do and are capable and have been being used to control the weather.
It isn't just conspiracy theorists who are concerned about Haarp. In January of 1999, the European Union called the project of global concern and passed a resolution calling for more information on its health and environmental risks. Despite those concerns, officials at Haarp insist the project is nothing more sinister than a radio science research facility.
In 1985, Bernard Eastland applied for patents that could make some of these ideas real. Many claim that these patents have become the blueprint for Haarp, High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program.
ARCO originally approached me in 1984 to find a use for the natural gas on the North Slope of Alaska, which they could not sell. To give you a feel for how much gas they asked me to find an application for, it was enough gas to produce all the electricity in the United States for a full year. I originated some ideas for military applications and beneficial civilian applications in which that gas would be converted into electricity and then used to power some gigantic antennas.
Dr. Bernard Eastland in 1985 wrote down a patent with the help of Raytheon and ARCO entitled method and apparatus for altering the Earth's atmosphere, ionosphere, and or magnetosphere, to where he outlines a much more broader, powerful, and bigger version of Haarp. This Haarp was to be implemented with the concepts first envisioned by Nikola Tesla, like disrupting radio communications worldwide, creating a Tesla shield to protect us from missiles from other countries, the ability to modify the weather and create earthquakes, and push the upper atmosphere or ionosphere further out into space to destroy missiles. Officials at Haarp, however, deny any connections to Bernard Eastland's Haarp patent. Dr. Bernard Eastland, however, would later state that Haarp was to become much of what he imagined from his patent, a powerful microwave transmitter with Tesla technology. Dr. Bernard Eastland would later move on to work on weather modification technologies while leaving the military and Alaska with Haarp. The rest is obviously history. To understand the connection between Haarp and chemtrails, we first have to look at the ionosphere. The ionosphere is a layer of the upper atmosphere that contains high concentration of ions and free electrons. The ionosphere is perhaps the most conductive layer of the Earth's atmosphere because of its ionized gases. The ionosphere is ionized by solar radiation, which strips away an electron from a neutral atom or molecule and creates a negative charge electron and a positive charge ion. This process is known as photoionization, which occurs all around the Earth, protecting us from dangerous solar radiation. Because the ionosphere is conductive, it allows electromagnetic waves to interact with it, like bounce radio waves back to Earth for communication purposes, reflect radio waves, or simply pass through the entire electron layer itself. Knowing that the ionosphere gets ionized by solar radiation, we can look at Haarp and see that it basically does the same thing on a small region of the ionosphere. The amount of heat or energy is obviously not as huge as the sun's solar radiation, but it still has the ability to ionize the ionosphere. So if we were to look at chemtrails, we will notice that the military aircraft spray their aerosols way below at the troposphere, where natural weather occurs. So how can Haarp beam its radio waves to the chemtrails? Well, it's simple. The metal oxides or nanoparticulates in the chemtrail cirrus clouds are actually electrically conductive. For example, let me just read a passage from William Thomas' book, Chemtrails Confirmed, and I read, "Alternatively, strands of extremely fine polymers could be sprayed into the upper atmosphere to be heated with Haarp. This cobweb-like material would tend to disintegrate rapidly from moisture, handling and abrasion on the ground." William Thomas goes on to say, "After Environmental News Service carried my story on advance to weather modification worldwide, Haarp's inventor Bernard Eastland wrote to say, the experiments described by William Thomas seem technically feasible. Recent work on polymeric additives for microwave absorption has been done for commercial curing applications, so the polymer fibers are available." Trying to imagine polymers sprayed aloft to hold heat, Eastland said, "The choice of the polymer for high-altitude heating experiments would be based on the ability to make low-weight filaments that have aerodynamic properties that would allow them to stay in place for long periods of time." End quote. So the idea of utilizing electromagnetic waves to modify the particulates or polymers in the chemtrails for weather modification is not ridiculous. In fact, scientists and inventors of cloud seeding like Vincent Schaefer and Bernard Vonnegut, they believe that in the future, man would be able to control the Earth's weather by release of chemicals into the atmosphere or by thermonuclear heat energy or microwaves.
The space charge experiments of the 40s and 50s demonstrated the feasibility of influencing atmospheric particles with electrical energy. The next step was to use electromagnetic energy at longer distances.
The basic chemtrail ingredients, aka aluminum, barium, strontium, and lithium, are also electrically conductive. For example, aluminum is known for absorbing heat from ovens. So imagine HAARP's radio waves or microwaves being absorbed by the chemtrails. Does it make sense now why there's days that are super hot? Barium is another example of electrical conductivity of the atmosphere, along with many other elements that are listed below. With all this conductivity of the atmosphere, the ionospheric heaters that around the world, and many other types of technologies like wind towers and even infrared Doppler radars, which we'll get into in a moment, are able to modify and control and move and navigate these so-called chemtrail clouds. And many other similar experiments have been done over the years before, like utilizing the Arecibo Observatory ionospheric heater in 1995 and an operation called Charged Aerosol Release Experiment or CARE, where they would heat chemicals like aluminum, barium, and strontium that were dispersed by sounding rockets, not by planes, but by sounding rockets in order to create quote-unquote plasma clouds. These programs still occur to this very day and are conducted by NASA. So imagine HAARP or any other ionospheric heater creating plasma clouds full of heat of the atmosphere right below at the troposphere where weather occurs. That's exactly right, folks. It is essentially global warming that is artificially created by technology. And this is how, and the method and the ingredients that is used to create what is known as weather.
So this is mainly history. We hear about the silly term chemtrails. Well, it came from the military. The first place that it was seen was in this executive summary. You can see at the bottom it says patent number blah blah. It has also been proposed to release large clouds of barium in the magnetosphere so that photoionization will increase the cold plasma density, thereby producing the electron precipitation through enhanced Whistler mode interaction. And then it says barium is the second most common chemtrail ingredient. Here is the NASA bragging about producing dense artificial plasma clouds in the upper atmosphere, stratosphere, but really they're producing them all the time down here because we are living in an ionized atmosphere. Most of the clouds you see daily, even the cumulus ones, some may have some moisture in them, but most of them are complete plasma. They're plasma clouds. They're dry clouds. Plasma being the fourth state of matter.
Now let's go back for a minute to the work of Dr. Ben Eastland. You know, when he originated this concept, it was a long time ago. You know, you're now going back to the late 1980s and the 1980s through the early 1990s. You know, technology's advanced dramatically since then. And Dr. Eastland hasn't just been sitting around either. You know, he's got other projects he's been working on that are quite interesting. And one of those recently, in fact, in October of 2005, he presented a paper at Penn State on weather modification utilizing gravitational waves. Now, what's important about this paper, extremely important about this paper, is that it talks about being able to modify weather using 1,600 times less energy than was anticipated for weather modification applications using HAARP. In other words, 1,600 times less energy than was once thought to be needed. It's now understood by him as a physicist in a major university presentation to be possible. Now, when you think about weather modification, one of the other things that happened with Dr. Eastland is he was invited by the European Space Agency to do a paper on weather modification utilizing the HAARP systems. That was completed in 1999 and presented for peer review at a major space expo in Europe. Coming off of that paper, FEMA and NASA contracted with Dr. Eastland to prepare a paper utilizing space-based technologies, satellite-based technologies for weather modification applications. And one of the things that he saw and that he mentions in both these papers is, for instance, being able to affect tornadoes. And the idea of tornadoes, you know, you have a warm front coming into contact with a cold front, And when they come together, you get a shearing force that causes that twisting action where you get the tornado formation. So the idea of Eastland was if you could heat the cold front sufficiently that when these two fronts connected, you didn't get that energy differential to create that tornado formation, you could essentially knock out tornadoes. The problem is, of course, if you miss and you heat the already heated area so that there's even a greater differential when it encounters the cold front, you have more energy available to create even a more destructive tornado. The fact of the matter is, other governments around the world have taken this very seriously, including our own, and has invested a significant amount of money to look at how to, in fact, affect these things. One of the other thoughts with HAARP systems are the actual heating of the ionosphere. And when it's heated, because this energy is concentrated, what happens is the ionosphere then lifts up, moves out several hundred kilometers. When you move that much atmosphere up into space, and it's about 30 miles diameter, these columns. So imagine 30 miles in diameter and a couple hundred miles up. Well, below that are pressure systems, high pressure, low pressure systems, and jet streams, all of which can be altered by the manipulation of the ionosphere in this way. And that then creates downstream weather effects that cannot be modeled, that cannot accurately be predicted.
Plasma formed in the atmosphere using the cosmic particle ignition methods can be used for weather research and weather modification in a number of ways. The plasma can act as a heater. It can be designed to have energy deposited in the air. This energy can be used to heat water droplets in the case of a tornado modification, or to generate acoustic and gravitational waves by heating the atmosphere and modulating the heating rate by modulating the power of the heating beam. The heating can be applied to specific portions of a hurricane and potentially modify its strength and direction.
So I started doing research and found out about HAARP, H-A-A-R-P, and I realized that they really did know how to make earthquakes, and they do it by shooting a 1 billion watt microwave into the ionosphere, which is the part of the atmosphere that has a lot of energy in it. That pushes the ionosphere up into outer space, and then it rebounds. And the way it rebounds can cause earthquakes.
But in the course of that, one of the things that they had talked about was what's called earth-penetrating tomography. This is the idea of sending a signal up into the ionosphere, oscillating that signal off the ionosphere, which actually causes that layer 30 miles above the Earth's surface to begin to vibrate in harmony with the signal on the ground, causing it to act as a giant broadcast antenna, sending that signal back down to the Earth, and it passes through the Earth and sea in the form of an ELF, an extremely low frequency signal, a very long wavelength that efficiently passes through the Earth, and that can be used for a number of things, including earth-penetrating tomography, the idea of looking into the Earth, or in plain language, it would be like, by comparison, X-raying the Earth, or looking into the Earth for underground mineral layers, underground shelters, nuclear facilities, and the like. This idea of resonance, when applied to earth-penetrating tomography at very high power levels, causes concern for many scientists, including Brooks Agnew, because what he believes is possible is to trigger events within the Earth, geophysical events, earthquake, volcanic eruptions, the kinds of things that may already be on the edge of discharge, and with the right resonant energies added into the system cause them to overload and actually fracture. In fact, it was William Cohen that actually made the statement regarding weapons of mass destruction and the idea of generating earthquakes artificially. Weapons of mass destruction and the idea of generating earthquakes artificially.
This 2.5 hertz signal that you're seeing right here is the Haarp signal that was active March 11, 2011, right before the quake, and this is the quake going off right in this area. So there has to be some correlation here, because this 2.5 hertz signal was active for days before, just like was shown here. Everybody was watching it, you know.
Professor McDonald is Associate Director of the Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics at the University of California, Los Angeles. His researches have embraced a remarkable diversity of natural phenomena, and his professional interests are further extended by his participation in national science policymaking. He is a member of President Johnson's Science Advisory Committee, and he's the one who developed tectonic warfare. The Fukushima earthquake is an example of it for the Haarp project. This is what Haarp is for: secret war and changing relationships.
Ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
And this person has watched the radar maps, okay? They don't give us satellite pictures of weather anymore, if you notice. They give us these graphics, these radar maps. And where you see the swirling cloud vortices, the huge, tornado here and hurricane forming there and whatnot, wherever they actually have a storm, and we've had some giant storms in the last few years, they're all man-made, and at the center of them you will find a NEXRAD tower. So what is NEXRAD? It's a form of radar. It's the new form of radar. It's Doppler-based. And the two things that Weather War brings us in terms of new knowledge are the fact that these NEXRAD towers are in the very eye of these man-made storms. So that's clue number one. And clue number two, which actually goes backward in this unfolding that I'm giving you, is that we have an abundance of power plants all over the world today, not just all over the country. And I had seen these for years. I never knew what they were. I'd be driving along the freeway and I'd see these tall smokestacks and I would think to myself, factories. Yeah, those are factories. And they'd be pumping out, belching out huge amounts of what looked like pollution. And I found out later from Weather War that those are not factories. They're power plants. And what they are releasing into the atmosphere is millions and millions and millions of gallons of steam. So this is a technology called WSAC, Wet Surface Air Cooler, and the operation is known as direct steam condensing for power generation using closed-loop evaporative WSAC technology. So these power plants are using water to create, again, on the surface electricity, but they're releasing huge, huge quantities of steam into the atmosphere.
Yep.
And this is the source of the water vapor for chemtrails. But what happens is you get this atmospheric moisture pumped skyward. That mixes with the particulates that are disseminated in the air by, the planes, for lack of a better word. And then they form the cloud masses, and then through Doppler, this NexRad system, they mobilize these cloud masses and they push them into areas where they concentrate them, and then they dump them. And then you have a flood. And everybody loses their house, and everybody has to move, and everybody's all freaked out. And so, there is a big research company in England, Aon Benfield Hazard Research Center, and they research global geophysical events. And we're getting bigger and bigger storms, and people are being encouraged to insure themselves against these calamities. So there's a lot of profit-driven motive here, along with, we can get into this later, but the whole concept of population control.
Is this NexRad frequency blanket what has changed the Schumann resonance of the Earth?
I would have to say yes. Obviously, only God knows how many other ways mankind is generating opposing frequency, but consider the scope of this influence. NexRad operating at 2,700 to 3,000 megahertz and 750,000 watts per pulse doesn't just blanket this country. Equivalent Doppler stations blanket all other land masses and countries. Once you see with your own eyes the tremendous influence of these combined stations, it's almost impossible to imagine anything being capable of having a larger influence just based on the amount of global equipment involved alone.
So in conclusion, folks, they spray aerosols via chemtrails like metal oxides, nanoparticulates that are electrically conductive. Most of them are aluminum, barium, strontium, titanium, soot, lithium, you name it. And then they shoot out electromagnetic waves, either scalar, Nexrad or heterodyning, or gravity waves via Haarp or any other ionospheric heater around the world. And they basically create what is known as, a lot of people say, Haarp clouds, which are actually gravity wave clouds. And these gravity wave clouds can then turn into weather systems, tornadoes, hurricanes, rainstorms, and can be navigated and moved throughout the entire regions of the Earth. And that's exactly what weather modification is. And we didn't get into owning the weather in 2025 by the US Air Force document as of yet, but we will be going over it as soon as possible or later on as we continue to expose the perpetrators behind these weather modification technologies. So now that we have exposed the electromagnetic aspect of weather modification, we will now be looking at the perpetrators, the Illuminati, or whoever you want to call them, and we will be exposing who is behind these weather modification programs. So now that we have exposed the reality of chemtrails, the reality of Haarp, and the ionospheric heaters, aka the electromagnetic aspect of weather modification, and now that we have understood the history of weather modification, we'll now be looking at the perpetrators who are behind these weather modification programs, such as the Illuminati, CIA, and the Round Table, and all these other organizations that are behind weather control.
The Bavarian Illuminati was founded by Jesuit priest Adam Weishaupt in the year 1776 with the funding of the House of Rothschild. The following year, Weishaupt was initiated as a Freemason at Die Lage Theater vom Guten Rat in Munich. He soon realized the potential of the Masonic lodges as recruiting grounds for his own secret society and directed members of the order to begin illuminating Freemasonic lodges throughout Germany and later Europe. After the dissolution, the Masonic rites of strict observance at the 1782 Masonic Congress of Wilmsbad, Weishaupt and Baron von Koenige were surely able to snatch up old strict observance members and increased membership in the Bavarian Illuminati to around 3,000 members. The Illuminati soon had illuminated lodges in France, Italy, Sweden, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Poland, and Hungary. This is when Adam Weishaupt constructed one of the most sinister plans in history. The 7-part plan called for the abolition of all order governments, abolition of private property, abolition of inheritance, abolition of patriotism, abolition of the family, abolition of religion, and creation of a new world order. We have all this information because in 1785, an Illuminati courier named Lanza was struck by lightning and killed while traveling by horseback through the town of Ratisbon. When Bavarian officials examined the contents of his saddlebags, they discovered the existence of the Order of the Illuminati and found the plans detailing the coming French Revolution. The Bavarian government attempted to alert the government of France of the impending disaster, but the French government failed to heed this warning. Bavarian officials arrested all members of the Illuminati they could find, but Weishaupt and others had gone underground and could not be found. Former Illuminati member John Robison, professor of natural history at Edinburgh University in Scotland, published a book entitled Proofs of a Conspiracy, in which he reveals that Adam Weishaupt had attempted to recruit him and many others in his diabolical aims to control the world under the Illuminati. In the year 1800, in a letter to the Reverend James Madison, Thomas Jefferson dismisses the anti-Illuminati conspiracy theories and paints Weishaupt as a utopian idealist in the tradition of William Godwin. Later that year, Thomas Jefferson was elected President of the United States. In the 1820s, Mayor Amschel Rothschild financed the Bavarian Illuminati and expressed his utter contempt for national governments which attempted to regulate international bankers such as him. Quote, "Allow me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who writes the laws." End quote. After the death of Adam Weishaupt in 1830, the Illuminati began looking for another central leader who was also a Masonic occultist, just like them. Alleged 33rd degree Freemason Giuseppe Mazzini fit the bill. After showing off his ability and strength to wrestle Italy away from the unholy Roman Empire and basically hand it over to the Illuminati, Mazzini founded a group of revolutionaries called Young Italy in 1831, 1 year after Adam Weishaupt's death. Their goal was to free Italy from the control of monarchy and the Pope. They succeeded, and Mazzini was honored as a patriot in Italy. However, in the process of liberating Italy, the bloodletting organization known as the Mafia was born. This shows the ties between the Mafia and the Illuminati. Mazzini was selected by the Illuminati to lead their organization and took the reins of their worldwide operations beginning in 1834. During his leadership, Mazzini enticed an American occultist and Freemason named Albert Pike into joining the upper echelon of the Illuminati. When invited by Mazzini, he readily agreed to join. Pike was then made head of the Illuminati operations in the United States. Mazzini could sense an extra powerful occult nature about Pike and tasked him to write an occultic book that guided the transition from average high-ranking Mason into top-ranking Illuminati Mason, that of the 33rd degree. Pike then penned what is considered the modern-day Freemasonic Bible called Morals and Dogma. This book was used by the Illuminati as a Pied Piper to bring Freemasonic lodges in the United States under their control, where before the Illuminati had operated mainly out of the Columbia Lodge. Albert Pike is known for a few other things as well. He is a Confederate general and a founding member of the KKK, but I also think it's pretty odd that Albert Pike is the only Confederate general with an honorary statue on federal property in Washington, D.C. But he was not honored for being a commander or even as a lawyer, but for being the southern regional leader of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The statue stands on a pedestal near the foot of the Capitol Hill between the Department of Labor building and the Municipal building between 3rd and 4th Streets on D Street Northwest. Pike was Grand Master of a Luciferian group known as the Order of Palladium Sovereign Council of Wisdom, which had been founded in Paris in 1737. Palladism had been brought into the Great Plan from Egypt by Pythagoras in the 5th century BC, and it was the cult of Satan that was introduced in the inner circles of the Masonic lodges in the early 1800s. In 1967, Jewish broadcaster Myron C. Fagan described with documentary evidence how the Illuminati became the instrument of the House of Rothschild to achieve a one-world government, and how every war during the past 2 centuries was fomented by this Illuminati. He describes how one Jacob H. Schiff was sent to the United States by the Rothschilds to further the Illuminati plot, and how Schiff plotted to get control of both the Democrat and Republican parties. How Schiff seduced our Congress and our presidents to achieve control of our entire money system and create the income tax cancer, and how Schiff and his co-conspirators created the Council of Foreign Relations to control our elected officials to gradually drive the U.S. into becoming an enslaved unit of the United Nations one world government.
Prior to the creation of the United Nations and the Council on Foreign Relations, the Illuminati began working under these two organizations to spread their ultimate goal of a one-world government. In order for the Illuminati to accomplish their goal of a new world order, they had to lie about the purpose of these two organizations. For instance, they had to convince the American people that the United Nations was built to bring peace and security to all of the nations of the world, and to better and enhance the environment, and so on and so forth. However, they later realized that they needed more than just two organizations to accomplish their one world government. It was then that members from the Council on Foreign Relations, like David Rockefeller, and the help of Zbigniew Brzezinski, established the Trilateral Commission in 1973, which helped establish a better cooperation with Japan, Canada, and Europe. Ever since this day, more organizations have been built to further their goal of a one-world government. The Club of Rome was built under the same guises of world unity for peace and security in 1968. The Royal Institute of International Affairs, another front for world peace. And the Bilderberg Group, where pretty much everyone, every member of all these organizations gathered together in secret for a large meeting with high-level bankers, CEOs, military contractors, and scientists. So you can see how these organizations are very tied together. No member that I know of is independent in any of these groups. They all work together because without unity, there is no progress in a one world order. And that's all according to them. And that's how the descendants of the Illuminati planned it to be from its beginning.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
For a brief moment, the courageous people in this infant nation stood as the singular testament to the capability of the newly independent Africans. As a free people, they were capable of governing themselves with a sense of peace, order, and justice. Chambe's misfortune, however, was to be pro-Western and pro-free enterprise. Nikita Khrushchev declared Chambe to be a turncoat, a traitor to the interests of the Congolese people. American liberals echoed the Kremlin hue and cry. Soon after, the U.S. joined with the USSR in support of a UN resolution authorizing the world body to send troops to the Congo. The UN troops were used to assist Lumumba, the chief terrorist, in his efforts to subjugate Katanga.
UN troops advancing from all sides systematically wipe out all resistance pockets, and in the process machine guns and bazookas, killing many innocent civilians running for their lives to find cover from UN fire.
Smith Hempstone, African correspondent for the Chicago Daily News, witnessed the December 1961 UN attack on the capital of Katanga.
The UN jets next turned their attention to the center of the city. Screaming in at treetop level, they blasted the post office and the radio station, severing Katanga's communications with the outside world. One came to the conclusion that the UN's action was intended to make it more difficult for correspondents to let the world know what was going on.
46 doctors of Elizabethville, Belgian, Swiss, Hungarian, Brazilian, and Spanish, fired off telegrams to the UN pleading for a ceasefire. Later, they unanimously issued a joint report indicting the UN for atrocities against innocent civilians.
Chambe takes reporters on an eyewitness tour of an Elizabethville hospital, which, although clearly identified by Red Cross markings and flags, had been bombed and shelled by the UN.
During the Cold War, the two main forces of true influence and power were the Americans and the Soviets, both of which, as we already know and have explored, have had the ability to create technologies like ionospheric heaters that would be able to do numerous of things like modify weather. However, deeper research shows that these technologies are not just meant for weather modification purposes, but for MK Ultra mind control, which is something that the CIA was deeply involved in during the 1960s.
sort of what happens within the brain and how ELF signals, extremely low frequency signals, might interact. If you look at an EEG and you look at what the brain is actually doing, you look at those patterns, what we know is that the brain exhibits predominant brain waves during certain times and during certain activities. In your very deepest states of sleep, for instance, it's 1 to 4 hertz or pulses per second of the predominant ELF frequency within the brain. In that sort of middle stage of sleep where you're actively dreaming but you're kind of consciously awake at the same time, this is the theta range, approximately 4 to 7 hertz or pulses per second. 7 to approximately 11 or 12 hertz is the alpha range. This is where you are when you're in that zone or ideal place for learning and doing art and that kind of activity. The beta ranges get into where you're actively listening and participating all the way up to agitated states. And what we know is that any external signal, whether it be flickering light, or whether it be binaural beat created by sound, or whether it be electromagnetic energy being pulsed through the body, or radio frequency energy, all of these things at the right pulse rates can override normal brain function and change the way our brain chemistry then looks, because it starts with the energy interactions that then create the chemical reactions that then create changes in our behaviors. So the idea of accidentally triggering these kinds of events or deliberately doing it, as was discussed by Zbigniew Brzezinski and McDonald, the idea that you could literally do this and affect 70 or 80% of the population within a large area. Haarp can do this as a side effect or a deliberate effect, based on the science and research done by the military in developing these technologies. It's not one of the stated goals of Haarp, but it is an issue that needs to be looked at, and one that Russians and Europeans have begun to raise concerns about, because their research also shows exactly what we're saying is in fact the case.
The great CIA is not only involved in kidnapping children, they're the biggest drug dealer in the world. As we know, Iran-Contra. And the CIA is the most evil organization that's ever been established in the history of the world. And the FBI is right along behind them. The FBI is involved too. Reader's Digest, July 1982, 100,000 children are missing every year. We're not talking about runaway teenagers, we're talking about kids that are 2, 3, 4 years old. They just disappear off the street. The great FBI will tell you how many bank robberies occurred last year, how many statutory rapes occurred. They'll tell you about armed robberies and stolen cars. They won't give you figures on the missing children.
In our investigation, we discovered that some of Satan's soldiers are also high-ranking officers in the United States military. Here at San Francisco's Presidio Army Base, for example, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino led a double life as a satanic high priest. The colonel's cult is listed in the San Francisco telephone book, and his phone answering machine boasts of his affiliation.
This is the Temple of Set. The temple is the only international satanic religious institution fully recognized by the United States government.
Indeed, the Army does officially recognize Satanism as a legitimate religion and supplies chaplains with this guide for ministering to the satanic soldier. Yet unofficially, some charge that Army bases have become sanctuaries for devil worshippers. Satanism may be a constitutionally protected religion, but similar to another recent case at the United States Military Academy at West Point. Here, charges surface connecting ritual child abuse at the Presidio Daycare Center to the devil cult. It was here, parents and others allege, that as many as 60 young children were ritualistically abused by soldiers of Satan. What actually was done to the kids?
Oral copulation, sodomy, defecation, they were urinated on.
Using weather as a weapon. American scientists fear the country's intelligence service might be looking for ways to control the climate. Scientist Alan Rabok, he sounded the alarm after the CIA refused to explain why it was a major backer on a study on climate change.
We don't know if it's possible to create a cloud in the stratosphere or to brighten clouds out over the ocean, the two ideas that people are looking at. But it might not be that difficult. We don't know. I don't know what motivates the CIA. I guess they want to protect the United States. But we can't think of any way that you could control the climate of one part of the world without controlling the whole world. Putting clouds in the stratosphere would have a global effect, not a local effect. And so it's hard to think of a way it could actually be weaponized, but maybe they want to think about that. I don't know.
It is indeed a pleasure to be back at the Council to compare notes.
Right here is an excerpt from an appearance Brennan recently made June 29th at the CFR on the topic of threats to global security, which, as part of the agenda being pushed, they have decided that anthropomorphic climate change is one such threat.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. As promising as it may be, moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international community. On the technical side, greenhouse gas emission reductions would still have to accompany SAI to address other climate change effects, such as ocean acidification, because SAI alone would not remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. On the geopolitical side, the technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations. Others might seize on SAI's benefits and back away from their commitment to carbon dioxide reductions. And as with other breakthrough technologies, global norms and standards are lacking to guide the deployment and implementation of SAI and other geoengineering initiatives.
This was also the same year that Zbigniew Brzezinski published his book, Between Two Ages, where he outlines a technocratic era under the control of a world elite by the use of electromagnetic weapons and other sources of technology. One of the main quotes that I find very interesting from Zbigniew Brzezinski's book, Between Two Ages, is this one, and I quote, "Technology will make available to the leaders of major nations techniques for conducting secret warfare, of which only a bare minimum of the security forces need to be appraised. Techniques of weather modification could be employed to produce prolonged periods of drought or storm," unquote. This is exactly what I've been talking about lately with Haarp and the chemtrails. The fact that he mentions that technology will be available for major nations for conducting secret warfare or weather modification should be already a red flag to anyone with an open eye or ear to the uses of such technology. It also leads me to believe, and I already know this, that members from the United Nations, Trilateral Commission, Club of Rome, and all these other groups, and also scientists from NASA, are secretly using these technologies to modify our weather. And we already know this. We already covered this. We already know the two main functions of weather modification. Chemtrails or particulates high in the atmosphere along with electromagnetic technologies. However, other technologies exist that are able to not only work in conjunction with these two technologies, but also manipulate it. Such technologies include cloud seeding, cloud ionizers, lasers, and artificial cumulus clouds that are being formed by water vapor generation or power plants.
When Bill Gates started what he calls FICER, the Fund for Innovative Climate and Energy Research, Bill Gates has been at this for a very long time, and basically he's come up with two people that, he has, decided we're going to hand out his money, and it's Ken Calder and David Keith. They're the ones who basically, were in charge of FICER, doling out the money to all of these authors that were writing papers about geoengineering. So on this side, these are the scientists who are writing the papers, and on the other side, these are the people funding it. And you see right here, Fund for Innovative Climate and Energy Research, that's Bill Gates's little dot. It's NASA, the European Commission, EPSRC and NERC in the UK, the Royal Society, and of course, U.S. Department of Energy. There's a whole bunch more here. NCAR, NOAA, but there's Bill Gates right there, FICER.
But Jack Parsons was possessed with extraordinary ideas that sought far loftier heights than mere space rocket designs. Parsons was fascinated by the occult, and in 1941 he was to join the Pasadena chapter of Ordo Templi Orientis, Aleister Crowley's secret society. Not long after, Parsons took over the Agape Lodge himself. Observing Parsons' natural aptitude for ritual sex magic, called Thelema, the membership saw him as a potential successor to the great beast Aleister Crowley himself, whom Parsons addressed as Most Beloved Father. Like Aleister Crowley and Madame Blavatsky, List's psychic researches led him to believe in the existence of a hidden elect. His visions of the ancient Germanic tribes had revealed to him an elite class of priest rulers called the Armenenschaft. The role of the Armenenschaft was to preserve the occult knowledge of the Germans' Aryan ancestors. List claimed that the imposition of Christianity on the Teutonic tribes and the persecution of the followers of the old religion forced the Armenenschaft to continue its traditions in secret. Their law had lived on in the rituals and symbols of a network of secret societies. The store of occult knowledge had been preserved down the centuries by Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and chivalrous orders of the Knights Templar. With the rise of National Socialism in Germany, Hitler's deputy Heinrich Himmler formed a new occult order of Teutonic Knights out of the Armenenschaft, which became the Nazi SS, a powerful secret society that would eventually claim German rocket design genius Werner von Braun as one of its members. After World War II, thanks to Operation Paperclip, von Braun and virtually his entire Nazi V-2 rocket design staff were repatriated into America's space rocket program, where they would continue to pursue their own secret space exploration ambitions.
on page 93. It said, "Capture, torture Americans in living color on prime time." And that is an unbelievable statement. Then it's followed up by saying terror attacks within the continental United States using binary biologicals take down critical infrastructure. They are going to use an EMP, which is an electromagnetic pulse. They're going to use radiation frequencies against our brains, etc., and conduct serious psy-war and collateral damage and exploitation. On this same page 93, they say exploit CNN syndrome. Now, CNN, of course, is the network, the news media network, propaganda machine, and was set up by the CIA. You can watch the movie called Psy-War on stopthecrime.net for all the background information on CNN. Microdust is a weapon. They say that this micron-sized mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol and inhaled into the lungs, the dust mechanically bores into the lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. They say it's a completely new type of warfare, and it is legal. It's legal. This is what they're going to do to all the humans on the face of this planet. It's all legal.
So as we have explored, the CIA, NASA, NOAA, and the entire military-industrial congressional complex, which is the equivalent of anything to do with the military, like the US Air Force, Raytheon, DARPA, etc., you name it, are all connected and part of weather modification programs or geoengineering technologies, which all have correlations to the Illuminati New World Order agenda. For example, Henry Kissinger, who was involved with the Bilderberg Group and who was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, was involved in weather modification technology during the Vietnam War under Operation Popeye, via using cloud seeding. Zbigniew Brzezinski, a Trilateral Commission member of the Round Table, was also very aware of weather modification technologies. As we already have explored, this is a connection between the New World Order and weather modification. Bill Gates is also very well known to be part of the Bilderberg Group and a follower of the Rockefeller Foundation, which is one of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines, something that we really didn't get into much detail. However, research on the Illuminati bloodlines can be easily found in the CIA's own website. But anyways, Bill Gates, if you didn't know by now, has done funding for geoengineering quote-unquote proposals, specifically for solar geoengineering, which we already have exposed as simply chemtrails. So there's another connection of the New World Order and weather modification. Finally, to finish things off, Raytheon, which is one of the biggest military but also CIA contractors in the world, has correlations between Israel and the Zionist Jews, which have all the Haarp patents. So again, there's another correlation between the New World Order and weather modification. It's a little far-fetched, but yes, the military is involved in this too.
I want to just change tack slightly. Of course, China's seen, central China, parts of central China, seen the worst drought that they've had in many decades. Now, you've got this investment with your wife in Weather Central. How could that actually help out in terms of planning for things such as droughts?
Well, I think that first of all we have 25 broadcast clients currently in China, and we are the #1 provider of broadcast weather graphic solutions in the country. I mean, you had this downpour, I believe, in the last 24 hours, which has caused even people losing their lives, and situations like this. With the detail that we can put up through the technology that we give to the various weather stations, this makes people more aware of it. On the whole, it's a question of giving the opportunity. I mean, we have also launched an operation called My Weather, which gains access to the first truly personalized weather application for the web and mobile devices. You can go up on myweather.com and you can find out within a kilometer of where you are what is going to happen to the weather. It also gives a 10-day forecast. I think we've got to be aware that we're living in a time, I'm not going to get into the subject, which is a huge subject of climate change, but we do have variations of all sorts around the world. Certainly in England we have very precarious weather. We've had a drought up until about 10 days ago. And I think it is important to realize that you can use technology, which is offered by myweather.com, to tell you and be aware of what might happen to you, especially among the farming community.
So now that we have exposed the perpetrators and the man behind weather modification programs, we can finally look into the UN's plan of Agenda 2030 and how they've been using weather modification technology to further this agenda. We'll be also looking at global warming and climate change and see how the Illuminati has used this global warming agenda to further Agenda 2030. And how they're using weather modification technology to simulate so-called climate change. If we really want to understand the whole trend or agenda of spraying the skies with metal oxides or nanoparticulates high in the atmosphere to quote-unquote reduce global warming, we have to look into the global warming agenda itself and see how it's being used as a cover-up to hide the fact that weather modification technologies are causing all these extreme weather events. We also need to expose how the Illuminati's global depopulation agenda is being orchestrated under the name of quote-unquote Sustainable Development or Agenda 21 by the United Nations, and how they're blaming all the problems of the world on us, when really the ones who are destroying our environment is them.
His task will be to develop an overall strategy for America in this period when really a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity. It isn't just a crisis.
The definition of crisis is a time of danger, difficulty, trouble, or danger. In other words, a new world order could be brought to fruition by the use of a crisis. This could be anything to the economy or the crash of the dollar bill, the use of a biological weapon to cause a global pandemic, or even with severe weather events like wildfires, hurricanes, floods, etc. Any of these scenarios could be used to further their goal of a one-world government, and the agenda of depopulating the world for an achievement of a one-world order is openly stated by many members of the Illuminati Roundtable, like members from the Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, Rockefeller Foundation, etc., are all admitting of depopulating the world for a new world order.
Reduce population, high death rate among teens, suicide, drugs, alcohol, sexually transmitted diseases. Just kill everybody with chemtrails or wars or genetically modified foods. That'll lower disease resistance. Drugs, Islam. They teach, man, if you don't join us, we have to kill you. 100 times in the Quran it says they're required to kill anybody who won't convert. Satan wants to reduce the population. Jacques Cousteau said we need to eliminate 350,000 people a day to save the planet. Ted Turner said we need a 95% decline in population. Okay, Ted, you first. Charles Worcester said people are the cause of all the problems. We need to get rid of some of them. Bill Clinton signed the Biodiversity Treaty that said we should reduce the population of the earth to 1 billion. Alan Gregg said the world has cancer, the cancer's man. Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, said, if I could be reincarnated, I would wish to return to earth as a killer virus to lower human population.
That for the first time in human history, for the first time in all of human history, almost all of mankind is politically awake. And these new and old major powers face still yet another novel reality, in some respects unprecedented. And it is that while the lethality of their power is greater than ever, their capacity to impose control over the politically awakened masses of the world is at a historical low. I once put it rather pungently, and I was flattered that the British Foreign Secretary repeated this, as follows. Namely, in earlier times, it was easier to control 1 million people, literally. It was easier to control 1 million people than physically to kill 1 million people. Today, it is infinitely easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff.
CO2 is warming the planet. And the equation on CO2 is actually a very straightforward one. If you sum up the CO2 that gets emitted, that leads to a temperature increase. And that temperature increase leads to some very negative effects. The effects on the weather, perhaps worse, the indirect effects in that the natural ecosystems can't adjust to these rapid changes, and so you get ecosystem collapses. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. New vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Unless nations will agree to work together to tackle these cross-border challenges posed by population growth, overconsumption of resources, and environmental degradation, the prospects for a decent life on our planet will be threatened. The recent UN meeting in Cairo is appropriately focused on one of these key issues, population growth. The United Nations can and should play an essential role in helping the world find a satisfactory way of stabilizing world population.
Teachers, news articles, and so-called scientists will tell you that global warming was first introduced during the 19th centuries, when the natural greenhouse effect was first observed. However, not only is this wrong, but the science behind this issue is completely false and manufactured. For starters, the beginning stages of this so-called global warming was actually first coined by the Club of Rome during 1991 in their book, The First Global Revolution. More on that soon. Secondly, the amount of heat that most people tend to feel during a day-to-day basis is completely off the charts from what most climate change-based graphs show us. For instance, states like North Dakota, Alaska, Wyoming, and Montana, to name just a few, all have freezing temperatures at around 52.7 degrees Fahrenheit and 11.5 Celsius. Most would say that these states only experience colder temperatures because they're most prone to cold fronts or colder weather. However, this would then tell us that global warming isn't actually global and that it isn't even occurring. A lot of people also would state that global warming is real because it's melting the ice sheets in Antarctica. The reality is, folks, it's only in summer that ice sheets actually melt, because of the sun is up and running during the days, heating the Arctic. And according to NASA's research, more Antarctic ice sheets have been escalating over the past years than losses. Anyways, I want to go back to 1991 and read just one passage from the book, The First Global Revolution by the Club of Rome. And one of the pages, it states, and I quote, "In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, aka the power plants and all the CO2, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention, man-made, notice that, and thus the quote-unquote real enemy then is humanity itself." Remember that, we are the enemy, depopulation quotes, remember that. Belief humanity requires a common motivation, namely a common adversary, in order to realize world government. It does not matter if this common enemy is a real one or one that is invented for the purpose. End quote. Just think about that, folks. In searching for a new enemy, we planned that global warming would fit the bill for a new world government.
Nevertheless, an effective political substitute for war would require alternate enemies, some of which might seem equally far-fetched in the context of the current war system. It may be, for instance, that gross pollution of the environment can eventually replace the possibility of mass destruction by nuclear weapons as the principal substitute for war. Are you beginning to get the message, folks?
On paper, it would be almost impossible to find a less likely candidate for godfather of the modern environmental movement than Maurice Strong, a Rockefeller-connected millionaire from the Alberta oil patch who divided his time between environmental campaigning and running major oil companies. To understand how this came about, we have to examine the history of the emergence of the environmental movement. In the post-war period, the desire to control the population put on a new mask, protecting the world from resource depletion, pollution, and ecological catastrophe. And, as always, the Rockefeller family was there to provide the funding and organizational support to steer this burgeoning movement toward their own ends.
In 1992, former President of the United States, George Bush Sr. said, "Effective execution of Agenda 21 will require a profound reorientation of human society, unlike anything the world has ever experienced. A major shift in the priorities of both governments and individuals, and an unprecedented redeployment of human and financial resources. This shift will demand that a concern for the environmental consequences of every human action will be integrated into individual and collective decision making at every level. And it must become clear that Agenda 21 is about controlling every aspect of our lives: how we eat, what we eat, how much we eat, how we move around, food production, the amount of food, and where we even live. Dixie Ray, former Washington State Governor and Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, stated, Agenda 21 seeks to establish a mechanism for transferring the wealth from citizens to the third world. Fear of environmental crisis would be used to create a world government and UN central direction.
What you are looking at is the Communist Manifesto for the climate change movement. They actually have a picture of Karl Marx on the back, and they even quote Karl Marx in this document. I picked this up at Pomona College in Claremont, California at a climate change conference they were having, and I walked in and it was everything I expected. Your typical science fair poster boards, pamphlets, flyers, etc., you name it. Then I walked into the main room and they were literally in the middle of a pagan ritual where they were saying prayers to pagan gods, where they were singing songs about saving the earth, and they were doing all kinds of other weird things, and they were unleashing all kinds of dark spirits into the earth. And those videos are posted on my channel, which prove that the climate change movement is a religion and an ideology and has nothing to do with actually fixing the climate. It's about changing the entire system from capitalism to socialism into full-blown communism with a system of total equality. So right here, they tell you exactly what they want to do. On page 2, they say we need a global order based on peaceful relations among nations, mutual respect, and human rights, and the creation of economies that can exist in harmony with nature. That sounds like something straight out of the UN. Then on page 17, like I said, they quote Karl Marx because he's their hero, he's their leader, and he talks about succeeding generations, which is all UN speak, because as we all know, the definition of sustainable development is meeting the needs of the current generation without compromising the needs of future generations. So all this UN speak comes right out of the Communist Manifesto and Karl Marx.
Although global warming is a complete hoax made up by the Illuminati and the New World Order, there is still evidence that the Earth is heating up, ever so slightly. However, it isn't because of too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that it is heating up. In fact, most of the heat that is occurring around the world is due to all the chemtrail aerosols that are being sprayed at us on a day-to-day basis. For instance, the chemtrails not only help block out the sun, as proposed by geoengineers, but it can also trap heat, causing a higher degree of heat over an area that is prone to droughts, causing warmer weather, and perhaps even cause hurricanes, etc., etc. Since chemtrails release metals or nanoparticulates that are electrically conductive, like the gases on the ionosphere, technologies like Haarp, next-ray Doppler radars, or scalar wave technologies can interfere with the chemtrails and then heat them up even more. This will also help move the artificial clouds or the chemtrails in any direction, to then creating artificial weather, man-made weather, like hurricanes, rain, tornadoes, or perhaps help start fires. And it's very noticeable when you start to look up at the sky, as I've stated before. You will begin to start noticing gravity wave clouds forming under the chemtrail cirrus clouds and rainbow chemtrails. You will even see clear evidence of an ionospheric heater being used to heat up the chemtrails when you see a hole punch on the clouds. On the other hand, power plants can do the exact opposite of what chemtrails do to our weather. For example, nuclear power plant emissions emit a lot of water vapor pollution into the atmosphere, which then leads to precipitation or more rainfall. It is, in my opinion, that power plants and all the water vapor pollution that they emit is perhaps one of the biggest contributors for most of the floods around the world.
"6,000 gallons per minute evaporated by each of these cooling towers at Exborough Power Plant. 48,000 gallons per minute from all 8 towers. $2,880,000, almost 3 million gallons per hour from this one power plant. 7,000 power plants in the United States. $62,500 power plants worldwide. This in plain sight method of making rain exists to address one glaringly obvious global problem. "2016 was the hottest year on record, and of the 17 hottest years on record, 16 have now occurred since 2000. If you can understand what happens when you make a cup of tea, you can understand where trillions of gallons of rain come from.
This is the Iron Mountain Report. It's a blueprint for tyranny. It came out of the 1960s. They commissioned experts to look at what the United States would look like if we should transition out of a time of war into a golden age of peace. And Kennedy was assassinated prior to the completion of this report. And when this report was given to Johnson, he said because of the content, it's never to be given to the American people. Well, a whistleblower leaked this document and the government said it was a hoax. Our parents believed it was a hoax if they were not too busy to even know that it existed at the time. It's so important to understand this. And what is this? Well, the Iron Mountain Report talks about how they were going to subvert education. Exactly what Orlean and others in this room have been fighting so hard against. They needed something so horrific and so impactful that it would be believable globally and it would injure every single one of you, equal to the effects of war. So they decided that that needed to be invented, and they invented global warming. They said at the time that they would have to bring the ecology up to enough damage by damaging the ecology with the corporate structure. NASA and the corporations have damaged our world intentionally to seduce us into the false illusion that it's our fault, that we have to now believe in scarcity and we now have to rein in the population because there's too many of us. Now, what is also very important is what Rothschild discovered about energy. He said he discovered there was a basic principle of power, influence, and control over people as applied in economics. The principle is very simple. Quote, When you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you. So we've had a great many people assume the position of power. And because we have been intentionally kept very busy, we have given our trust to those that represent us, and they don't.
Go outside of Atlanta, Georgia, to the town of Elberton. Drive north 7 or 8 miles, and you see way off in the middle of no place, middle of just big old field, you see these rocks sticking up out of the ground. As you drive up to them, you see, man, this is a man-made object, like Stonehenge. It has the 10 commandments for the New World Order in 12 languages. Commandment number 1, maintain humanity under 500 million. There's already 6 billion. How are they going to maintain it under 500 million? Oh, they've got big plans to reduce the population. One of them involves chemtrails. How many have ever seen these things? They're spraying them out of airplanes all over the place. Have they sprayed your area here in Wisconsin with chemtrails? This isn't contrails. This isn't coming out of the engine. Okay? They're spraying chemicals all over the United States. What for? Well, they want to reduce the population. This will sure do it, because the stuff they're spraying is going to do exactly that.
Chemtrails. And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000 times more toxic to your nervous system than lead. They contain mycobacteria, viruses, Pseudomonas florensis bacteria, human plasma. Wonder what human plasma is doing in chemtrails. And I talked to my NSA buddies at Fort Carson, Peterson Air Force Base, and Buckley, where I was actually their doctor taking care of the pilots flying and spraying the chemtrails. So I know it's real. If anybody says it's not real, they're full of it. Okay, because I'm a whistleblower. On the inside, it's not open for discussion. And my NSA buddies told me, 95% of them told me, they were up there trying to spray to reflect the sun out to stop global warming. So most of them are dumb enough to believe that garbage.
For corn and cotton, they actually insert a gene from bacteria that actually produces a Bt toxin. The toxin breaks open the holes in the stomachs of insects to kill them. They promised us up and down that it would have no effect on humans, but a 2012 study showed that it poked holes in human cells as well. And it actually gets into our bloodstream, and for pregnant women, it gets into the unborn fetuses. For Roundup-ready crops, those are crops inserted with a gene that allows the crops to be sprayed with Roundup herbicide. The Roundup gets absorbed into the crops and stored in the food portion which we eat. A recent paper on Roundup linked it to obesity, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, multiple sclerosis, anorexia, autism, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, aggression, and depression because it cuts off certain metabolic pathways, it kills gut bacteria, it disrupts the digestive channels, and it may even create leaky gut. Monsanto had said, oh, it's as safe as table salt, you can drink it. Well, don't drink it. It turns out to be one of the more toxic chemicals in the environment that we've ever seen.
exposure to pesticides could lower a baby's IQ. That's according to a new study out of the University of California, Berkeley. Researchers found that exposure to some pesticides used on food crops is related to lower intelligence scores. The study showed every 10-fold increase of the pesticide exposure during a mother's pregnancy corresponded to a 5.5 drop in overall IQ scores.
So now Monsanto miraculously have an aluminium-resistant seed that can grow in aluminium-contaminated soil. Why would they have such a thing unless they knew of a problem that was down the line or already happening? Last year in 2015, a study came out of Keele University in the UK, and bees were found to have had massive high quantities of aluminium in their brains. This is a big problem. We need bees to keep the food chain sustained and to keep it alive. And now Monsanto have recently bought a bee research company called Biologics in 2012. And they have genetically modified a bee that can only pollinate Monsanto crops. And also, this bee is resistant to all pesticides. So why would they want to design such a Frankenstein creation unless they knew of a problem that already existed or a problem that was in the pipeline?
So we now understand the whole purpose of the climate change agenda and how it's being used as a front to cover up the goal of controlling the population with eugenics, chemtrails, and GMO foods. We also now understand that the climate change agenda is helping usher in a new world order and depopulation. Now, why do I say depopulation? Because not only are the members from the Illuminati Roundtable admitting depopulation, they're also convincing the whole world and the youth that if we depopulate, it will help reduce CO2 or carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and therefore save us from this so-called enemy, which they call global warming.
So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you, you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you're really supporting the New Green Deal, but it's not enough. Even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, too much pollution. So we have to get rid of the babies. That's a big problem. Just stopping having babies is not enough. We need to eat the babies.
The climate change agenda is also helping usher in the acceptance of geoengineering and weather modification and making it look as a good thing to where it will save our planet from global warming. They're also covering up how weather modification has been the main source for all the catastrophic weather events that we have experienced over the past decades, like hurricanes. A good example would be Hurricane Katrina and all the other wildfires from the past. All of them have been geoengineered and weather modified. There's been almost no natural weather since the 1940s.
How can you take on 5,000, 10,000, however many thousand scientists? Well, the people doing the temperature data, it's just a very small handful of people. And these other 5,000 or 10,000 scientists we hear about all the time, their work, the quality of their work depends on this very small group of people, particularly at NASA, NOAA, and a few other groups, on the quality of their work. If the temperature data they're putting out is wrong, that impacts the quality of all of the climate research which derives off that. So that's why it's so terribly important that we look at this seriously. Why are they manipulating the data? Are their manipulations accurate? And how is that affecting the conclusions of this vast body of scientists?
Now, the IPCC ran its computer models. That's all it had to try to justify and prove the authenticity of its theory or hypothesis about radiative forcing and CO2 causing global warming. And they showed a warm-up, but that has failed. Now look what's happened. While CO2 continues to rise in this new century, this is 2002, this is 2008, through this period, temperatures have stayed steady or even significantly declined in the last several years. So that absolutely blows that prediction the CO2 prediction of the IPCC out of the water. Here are their computer model predictions. Here's the temperature performance. I'm afraid their hypothesis has been proven wrong in only a few years. And then came, about Thanksgiving time, the release of all those emails from the Hadley Center in Europe, in England, which showed how the data had been manipulated and how amazing the performance was by those scientists to try to keep the warming going even though it wasn't happening. And they even continued to release scary reports right during that period. That's shocking.
So now that we have explored the climate change agenda and how they're ushering in depopulation by sustainable development and Agenda 21, we can now look into the document by the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. military called Owning the Weather by 2025. We'll now be exposing how weather modification is being used for weather warfare and how most of our weather since the 1940s has been used against us for not only for profit, but to destroy land and homes for their own benefits. So now that we have exposed the reality behind climate change or global warming, we can finally look into how the Illuminati Roundtable has used weather modification for weather warfare via military organizations like the US Air Force and the CIA, for example. We'll be also looking at how technologies like Haarp and scalar wave weapons can create artificial earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis, as well as looking into the climate action plans and their goals of eliminating Western civilizations with wildfires.
Surveillance video caught the moment a bolt of lightning, wow, did you see that? Hit a gas station in Fort Worth. There were no reported injuries, thankfully. This is at the Chevron near Shady Dell Drive and Boat Club Road. It left a hole where the lightning apparently struck. There was also debris scattered around the area. Wow, incredible.
According to a document called Operational Defenses Through Weather Control in 2030 by Michael C. Boger, a member of the U.S. Air Force, one of the main statements presented in this document quotes, "Advances in technology are beginning to bring weather phenomena under our control. The future of nanotechnology will enable creation of stratus cloud formation, aka chemtrails, to defeat directed energy weapons or duels and optically targeted attacks on the United States assets." And this document, by the way, was released or published in 2009. So in other words, the US Air Force can now use chemtrails via nanotechnology to create stratus or cirrus clouds on the sky to stop or block directed energy weapons from dealing damage to a particular area. However, the chemtrails can also help optically or steer directed energy weapons over an area. So in short, the US Air Force or the US military can use chemtrails to help steer or optically directed energy weapons like lasers or simply electromagnetic weapons via smart meters, which we'll get into in a moment or later, to induce or at least create an artificial wildfire. And we should already know that the nanoparticulates in the chemtrails are electrically conductive, so of course they can do this.
But lithium is a metal, it's the softest of all metals, relatively inexpensive to mine. Lithium refined is highly reactive and flammable. Lithium will ignite and burn in oxygen when exposed to water or water vapors. It is highly conductive of both heat and electricity, and this is why it is now being widely used in geoengineering to increase electric conductivity as a desiccant, a drying agent, and to increase volatility in forest fires. So when you hear mainstream media and firefighters, those reporters, the firefighters, talking about how these fires are they suddenly are out of control, they can't seem to fight them anymore. You hear Jerry Brown saying this is the new normal because of climate change. This is the new normal because they are making everything highly flammable with the spraying of these heavy metals, lithium, spraying it into the atmosphere. It falls down upon everything, on trees, and boom.
Although many of the forest fires do occur naturally by the amount of heat produced by the sun, or by accidentally creating one with agricultural burning, which is the intentional use of fire for managing vegetables in areas like agricultural fields, most of the fires that we're seeing today does not have to do with the amount of sunlight produced on a daily basis, or even with the climate change hoax or the amount of CO2 produced or left off in the atmosphere. In fact, as we already have understood, the nanoparticles or the metal oxides from the chemtrails can come down from the sky and act as a drying agent, making everything inflammable and thus electrically conductive. And the particulates can also enter the roots of trees or plants and then entering the inside of a tree. The next thing to do would be to use something like a directed energy weapon via lasers or microwaves to heat up the particulates from the inside, and therefore you have created a wildfire.
We're seeing increased respiratory problems here in the fire areas as well because of the fine particulates that include a lot of the chemtrail spraying of us, and that is an enormous issue. In fact, we have been told that UC Davis here in California is asking all women that were pregnant during and around the fires to report on the health of their children, and as well as studying. They say they need to study the effects of the fire. Well, they're studying, Carrie, of the results of the fires to just make sure it worked effectively, that they've substantially poisoned us, because we were heavily chemtrailed the days before October 8th of 2017 when the fires here in Northern California erupted. And we were heavily chemtrailed during and after, and that was holding all the smoke here in this area down. We were being basted in toxins, and that was all part of the intentional plan.
Rosalind Peterson was a good friend of ours. I mentioned her a little while ago. She passed away a couple of years ago. And she has a website. It's still operating now. It's called Agriculture Defense Coalition. So for those of you that need to understand how and why our trees are burning from the inside out, she explains it because of the heavy metal saturation on the ground and the heavy uptake of the heavy metals into the root systems of the trees. Think of trees just very similar to people. We can clog our arteries. Well, when the heavy metals clog the small little roots, it doesn't allow the nutrients in the water. And the trees are all compromised. They're dying by the millions, worldwide, everywhere.
Now, if that isn't enough insight to what's really happening with all of these forest fires from California, from Australia, or from the Amazon rainforest, consider listening to this quote by someone who's an insider of the intelligence and military community. And I read, "Operation Torch California is a very real ongoing black operation being conducted by the intelligence community in coalition with Operation Gladio. These false flag terrorist attacks are first and foremost a highly sophisticated psyop. They have many goals, and they will continue into California has been completely subjugated by the globalists or by the descendants of the Illuminati, obviously." Now, to pinpoint some interesting points that are made in this quote by a military officer who's anonymous for what I know. But anyways, he or she points out that the California fires are part of a black operation being conducted by the intelligence community, which leads me to believe that these forest fires are part of a black budget project from the CIA, which by the way are highly classified or secret projects conducted by the CIA. And finally, he or she mentions that these are false flag terrorist attacks, and that the globalists won't stop until they basically accomplish their goals, which is what I assume to be part of a United Nations Agenda 21 or Agenda 2030 plot to remove us from our land and move us to smart cities. At least that's what I proposed or believe.
Well, interesting thing, if you look at chemtrails, you look at what we've found by analysing soil samples and by analysing water samples and all this sort of stuff. This is what we've found as being the active ingredients in chemtrails. Sulfate, metallic aluminium, aluminium oxide, barium titanate, strontium-90. These are other things as well, but barium, strontium and aluminium are common in all chemtrails. I mean, we found other things as well. We found things like red blood cells, desiccated erythrocytes, all of this sort of stuff. And what might these be used for? That's an interesting question. Well, as pointed out by someone commenting on my YouTube channel, great comment, they mentioned that I should go and look up the components of sparklers. You know, sparklers, folks, that you use, and crack a night, you get sparklers, you light them, they just let off pretty sparks. You have a look at this, it's a handheld fireworks that burns slowly, emitting coloured flames, sparks and other effects. Have a look at the components of sparklers, folks. Interesting components. What do we have here? We have something that is mandatory to make the sparks is aluminium, iron, titanium ore. These, you can use any one of these. Aluminium is one of them. And down here we have barium nitrate oxidizer, mandatory in order for it to flame up. Yeah, you need the oxidizer to flame the aluminium. Barium nitrate, strontium nitrate. That's what's in the chemtrails, folks. Barium, strontium and aluminium. They're spraying our countries with sparkler dust. That's why the fires are burning so hot. You've got a situation here in Australia where the country is tinder dry, and you've had these chemtrails been spraying our countries for years. They're spraying it with sparkler dust. That's what they're doing.
They discovered a smart meter inside of an enclosed box that completely burned out from its own wiring. They suspect that that it could have been the start of some of these fires. Other investigators are observing how guardrails have caught fire where the metal bolts connect to the wood. And many are wondering what type of fire ignites metals while sparing plastic and surrounding trees. Microwaves ignite metal. And 4 years ago, the U.S. Navy demonstrated a directed energy weapon by burning a hole in a truck and destroying a moving target at sea. According to naval research, the weapon system performs flawlessly and is capable of destroying its target with pinpoint accuracy. The mountains surrounding the Paradise fires are riddled with anomalous scars, as if a laser beam scorched swaths of forest while leaving the rest untouched. It is indeed a terribly sordid mystery, and nothing comes but silence from official sources. My first video report on this subject, entitled The California Wildfires and Agenda 21, was deleted from my channel by YouTube. They wrote me that, upon review, we've determined that it violates our guidelines. In that video, we pointed out how these strange fires are all in the same areas the United Nations Agenda 21 has proposed to be off limits to human use.
PG&E. This is now from PG&E. Just a reminder, we are the first to propose a solar generator in space that will beam RF waves down to a receptor site and convert it to DC current. We have changed our receptor site from the Mojave Desert to Sebastopol, California. Now, this is a very alarming. I sent this email exchange to some higher-ups, and I received some responses to this email and what they believe is meant. This system is set of orbital sun collectors, which will concentrate sunlight and convert it to microwaves and send it down to a station to generate power. It, however, could be used by aiming to any target below within a certain radius to completely destroy all human life slowly in a large city. As you know, beamed microwave radio frequencies from space are the patented technique for manipulating the Earth's jet stream in order to turn selectively modified weather patterns worldwide. Climate change is genuine. However, I submit it is simply not the result of excessive human carbon emission footprint as infamously claimed.
Solarin is a corporation based in Manhattan Beach. It has several pronunciations. I call it Solarin. It holds 2 patents that I'm going to talk about below for transmitting microwave directed energy from space to pinpoint locations on Earth. Solar-powered satellites will generate a powerful microwave radio frequency beam to control the weather by heating deployments of aluminum oxide or other conductive particles and particulates sprayed from aircraft. The patent goes on to describe its ability to alter the weather and cause cyclones and tropical cyclones and hurricanes.
During the 2018 California fires, a retired United States Air Force Brigadier General Charles Jones, along with a Navy officer named Dennis Mills, who's an author of a book, Matt Legend, Veil of Lies, both came out to speak out about their concerns and what may be causing these wildfires. Let me just read some of their quotes regarding the 2018 California fires. And I quote, "These white aircraft spray trails are the result of scientifically verifiable spraying of aluminum particles and other toxic heavy metals, polymers, and chemicals. Millions of tons of aluminum and barium are being sprayed almost daily across the U.S. Just sprinkle aluminum or barium dust on a fire and see what happens. It's near explosive. When wildfires break out, the aluminum/barium dust results in levels of fire intensity so great as to cause firefighters to coin a new term, fire NATOs. The entire US, in addition to various other NATO countries, are being sprayed, end quote. And that's all by Dennis Mill and by General Charles Jones. So here's more people saying that yes, chemtrails are involved in creating wildfires.
We're here today are observing an absolutely historic event. The soldiers that you see before you represent not the past, but rather the future. It is through exercises such as this that truly we can create a new world order.
Now, regarding the connection between the Illuminati and PG&E, or Pacific Gas and Electrics, we first have to look at which Illuminati bloodline is running PG&E. If we actually look up in the search bar, Rothschilds and PG&E, you will find out that Roger H. Kimmel, the board director of PG&E, is actually a vice chairman of Rothschilds Inc. So the Rothschilds not only control Weather Central and have correlations between weather modification, they're also financing PG&E, a company that is engaged in, quote, researching, end quote, space weather, but also have, as we already know, an actual solar-powered satellite in space to where it can modify the weather and heat up portions of land with microwaves to create wildfires, which is all patented. So in short, folks, the Rothschilds utilize weather warfare or weather modification technologies to create the illusion of climate change, while the Rockefellers push the climate change hoax with sustainable development. And it's all part of moving us to smart cities, to where we will be in constant waves of radiation and surveillance everywhere via 5G technology, and removing us from land with smart meters and weather warfare.
Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez has once again accused the United States of playing God. But this time it's Haiti's disastrous earthquake that he thinks the U.S. was behind. Spanish newspaper ABC quotes Chavez as saying that the U.S. Navy launched a weapon capable of inducing a powerful earthquake off the shore of Haiti. He adds that this time it was only a drill, and the final target is destroying and taking over Iran.
What you will get when you're starting to deposit and pop out energy here and there all over, at certain nodal points where you get pretty good pop out, dump of energy, you will get low-level atmospheric booms. Not the big booms, but the low-level little micro booms. And you had those going in Alabama, you had them going down in Florida and off the coast of Florida, and at various spots throughout the country you had these things going. and reported in various articles in the paper. That's what it was. You were having dumps, sudden little cracks or dumps of energy into the atmosphere, which are making these popping sounds. The other thing that you can have them doing is you can have them being dumped into the ground, and so you can have a series of little micro quakes, particularly when they're in areas where you normally don't get those things. Now, on the micro quakes in the ground, you will pick them up with a seismograph. They won't look all that much different from the small micro quakes that you get in nature anyway. But the micro airquakes will be significant. And I'm convinced that they are responsible to a great degree for giving us our beautiful floods that we had in the early spring of 1983 that caused a lot of flood damage here and there everywhere.
When you say they, you are speaking
I'm talking about the Russians. This is a Russian weapon, and it's coming from Russia, and is being used on us over North America, in my opinion.
But the Secretary of Defense, William Cohen, back in April 28th of 1997 said this: "Others are engaging even in an eco-type terrorism whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves." This was back in 1997. Set off earthquakes, volcanoes. Think of the Puna prefecture and the earthquake that Rothschild created on the main island in Hawaii. That was an exacerbated volcanic eruption from a diagonal drill.
More scientific data shows how the fracking may have been deliberately designed to create a geological process by which lava would drain from Kilauea's summit into the East Rift Zone so as to create large new vents that would destabilize the geology and possibly trigger a major collapse in the Helena Fault system. A video prepared by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center clearly shows that the epicenter of the earthquake activity centered in the lower Puna region is adjacent to the Puna geothermal venture. The following map from the video depicts all the earthquakes and the eruption site for the recent lava outbreak from April 30 to May 6. The eruption occurs mainly in Leilani Estates, which is right next to the Puna geothermal venture. The following map by the US Geological Survey shows where the Puna geothermal venture, marked PGV, is in relation to the current volcanic eruption. Here's a photo showing the lava outbreak and its very close proximity to the Puna geothermal venture, which is circled in red, on May 22nd. Since then, it has begun flowing onto the property and covered its first well on May 27. The scientific data clearly shows how the Puna geothermal venture, PGV, is at the epicenter of the volcanic eruption. Is this merely chance or by design? In my previous article and video published on May 15, I wrote about how the fracking activity at PGV has been scientifically linked to earthquakes. The following diagram was included which clearly showed the strong correlation. Since the publication of my article, there have been other articles linking the fracking at PGV with earthquakes and also raising the question of whether the fracking caused the volcanic eruption.
If you haven't yet had an opportunity to look at the CIA 1960 Memorandum for Climate Change, you need to. Because what we're facing is sunlight deprivation, massive reductions of vitamin D2 deficiencies across the board, increase in algae and coral deaths worldwide, and autoimmune diseases, regime changes, we're seeing that happening. Recycle privatization with water. We're seeing now the illusion that because they're selling us the idea that we're running out of water, which we're not, that now we must drink our urine, fecal material, and pharmaceuticals from wastewater treatment plants. In the World Bank documents, they tell us that they're going to create a blend. They're going to inject the wastewater treatment into the uphill streams and rivers and let it flow into our reservoirs. And that will then be pumped into municipal drinking water supplies, a blend. You just can't make this up. This is what the documents tell us. The CIA Memorandum for Climate Control talks about how the intention is to create wars, to damage our health. Main reason for air pollution. It's a rise of CO2 is being created. Global suffocation. The air is being reduced. The air is being reduced. And this is being done globally. It's mass extinction of species, including us, obviously endangering our forest and causing extreme weather events. And this is perfect. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind.
I was a meter reader for 9.5 years with PG&E in the Marin office before I was illegally fired because I was not intimidated into being quiet with the problems I saw firsthand regarding smart meters in action. That they do catch on fire when they are remotely turned back on when a customer who is delinquent in their bill finally pays their bill. These meters catch fire. They know it, and they are covering it up. They know it, and they are covering it up.
I continually reference all of you going to your climate action plans. Climate weather weapons have been fully activated. And in your specific climate action plan in your city, you will find the threats that your city is saying you need to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions and reduce your carbon footprint, or otherwise you're going to experience all these weaponized weather events. This is nonsense. I hope by now everyone is looking at your climate action plan as an activated climate weather weaponized assault on you and your area, because every plan has different lists of assaults. Yes, they do talk about the toxic red algae bloom that is now a national state of a state emergency in Florida. That is in the plans. So look up your plans. Just type in the name of your community. For example, you could type in San Diego, California, followed by, on your search bar, climate action plans and resilient plans. You will see the plans. Look around on those plans. You will see what they tell you in your area are your climate risks. So certainly in California, they tell us that we risk fire, air and water pollution, and more. This is where you find out where you're going to be assaulted. And solutions in preparedness must stem from looking at their war plans against us, all of us.
So where am I going with this? Well, I'm going here. Dr. Richard Day, 1969, the weather will be modified and used as a weapon of war to create drought or famine. A weapon of war against who? In Agenda 21 terms, a weapon of war against the small farmers, landowners and growers of the world, not least in America. We have had in America this massive drought this year, which has devastated small independent farmers and growers. Of course, the big bloody corporations can cope with it, got unlimited bloody funds when they're part of the agenda. And when the farmers and growers collapse, in come the big agribusiness people, the network, to take over the land for cents on the dollar.
So here we go, the blast wave accelerator. Global precision strike on the cheap, no barrel, 200-foot notched rails, and detonated March the 21st or less as desired. They go on base anywhere, projectiles, stealth, excellent stealth, no plume, affordability, veracity, reaction time, survivability, recallability, effectiveness, being worked on at Aberdeen and NASA for lofting of fuel nanosats. So here's what we're talking about as we move through. Our coastlines are under mass attack worldwide. We discovered this because we were listening to some homeowners in Del Mar in Southern California that have very exclusive beach homes that are right on the sand, beautiful area. And they were battling their city. They didn't want their building and planning department to write in planned retreat. And as a builder, I'm wondering, what on earth is planned retreat? So I just typed in planned retreat and I was stunned. I found that it meant that you would surrender your land to sea level rise and coastal erosion, and you would walk away. Well, you couldn't really walk away. They were requiring that you destroy your home without any remuneration at all. And so it was easy to figure it out because we were so familiar with the NASA war document. We had read blast wave accelerator so many times that it became evident that this was a technology that had been created back in World War II as we continued to investigate it. They talk about subsurface floating incapacitated missiles implanted by freighters, blast wave accelerator and mines. Coastlines under attack. All branches of the PSYOPS USA Inc. military operations are signed on. They are all signed on to the sustainable goals, just like all law firms and our U.S. law firms are as well. They're bringing in laws based on false science, fines, penalties, regulations under a false illusion that we have a government for the people and by the people, and we do not. 70% of all populations live on the coastlines. Why? Because they have negative ions. They can think better and they're less likely to be mind controlled. They want us off the coastlines for more successful mind control.
So now that we have understood the climate action plans and their goals of eliminating Western civilization and other places with wildfires, etc., we can begin to look at the spiritual aspect of weather modification, because there seems to be an actual spiritual warfare going on, even with weather, as well as looking into the Luciferian doctrine behind the New World Order. We'll be also looking at solutions. See if there's solutions. How can we detox from all the metals, the toxic metals that are coming down from the sky and from all the microwaves, as well as laying down the rest of the information that I know regarding weather modification and so on and so forth. And before we continue, I just want to mention something real quick. Take notice that whenever there's a new wildfire anywhere, let's say on Australia again, take notice if there's strong high level of wind gusts around that specific area, because whenever there's a wildfire, there always seems to be a lot of high level strong wind gusts. So just take note of that, because it's very common and it's not a coincidence. And they can do that by pushing and changing the jet streams from low pressure to high pressure, etc., with technologies like Haarp or NextRad. So just take note of that. So now that we have covered weather warfare and how the military-industrial complex is utilizing weather modification to do the bidding of the Illuminati Roundtable, we can finally take a look at the blueprint of the ongoing genocide plan, weather as a force multiplier, owning the weather in 2025, as well as looking into the satanic influence of the Illuminati, such as fallen angels or demons, and how weather modification is being used as witchcraft for the ruling elite. And finally, going through some solutions as to how we can detox from all the chemtrails spraying from the skies, and from how we can defend ourselves from the microwaves and electromagnetic waves that are all around us, and solutions that we can do to stop this genocide weather modification operations. The U.S. Air Force document owning the weather in 2025 was published in 1996, which was during the construction of Haarp. This document was actually the blueprint for the ongoing weather modification programs that are happening today. For example, before this document was published, 2 previous papers were leaked from the military outlining the main aspects of weather control, such as the use of carbon black dust to create larger portions of cloud cover in the sky via contrails or chemtrails, as we already know, and utilizing technologies like Haarp or ionospheric heaters to create artificial ionospheric mirrors that would simulate the ionosphere in lower layers of the atmosphere to modify the weather and do numerous of other things. The 2 leaked military papers were basically the beta versions of owning the weather in 2025. One of them was declassified by FOIA.gov, which revealed the U.S. Air Force intentions to use geophysical and weather modification. The second one was also declassified by FOIA.gov, which was entitled Counterforce Weather Control, Spacecast 2020. These 2 documents were instrumental to creating the blueprint for the U.S. military to basically, quote, own the weather.
So one of the things that jumps off the page at you right here, 2005, CBD, no, that's not cannabinoid oils, that's carbon black dust, and it has a star. Technology is to be developed by DoD. This lines up with the 2 FOIAs I just mentioned to you. So owning the weather in 2025 mentions by name technology that was mentioned in the previous 2 FOIAs. Here's, a cause and effect to how it works. Use AWEPs to gather intel on weather, intent, weather modification options, WXMod, like I said, and then decision making, Air Ops Center, deploy weather modification tools. They've got ground-based radars, they've got a U-2 spy plane, and then they've got F-117 stealth fighters here. Cause and effect, boom, and then feedback back to the AWEPs. Hey, did it work? We're monitoring the weather. No, we need more weather modification, and the cycle repeats. So this is the military system for weather modification operations. And then what do we see? Normal ionospheric reflecting layers, ionization layers, mirror. So this is the artificial ionospheric mirror that Haarp can create. cross-beam approach to generating an artificial ionospheric mirror, 1995. Now, Haarp came to full power in 1997, so coincidence? I think not. And as you can see, artificial ionospheric mirrors, transmission stations, ground-based aim generator, and receiving station. So you got a Haarp in the middle, and you can bounce signals off of these discs they create in the sky. They're basically plasma fireballs. They can also do them with lasers. BAE Systems has something called the Laser Developed Atmospheric Lens, LDAL. So they're using our ionosphere as a weapon system now. So space weather as a weapon system. So yep, they specifically mention Haarp, and they refer to it as a weapon system. Weather modification using carbon black. Also mentioned in both of those FOIAs, and mentioned at this joint Army Air Force meeting. Interestingly enough, was also talked about using hurricanes, but what do we see here? Increase cirrus cloud cover. Chemtrails, people, using carbon black dust. That's what the military says. So, summary. Current capabilities as of 1997, cloud modifications for surveillance and coverage, hole boring, punching holes in clouds, create, suppress, cirrus contrails. This is not a conspiracy, people. It is military involvement. Ionospheric modification. But that's why Trump's making a space force, because we're already in a space war. Now, I want to, really bring this home for you. He says, space is like a war-fighting domain, just like on land, air, and sea. We may even have a space force.
That the American government has created weather tampering techniques so that the New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans and to control the rest.
There is weather control techniques. We have a complete package on that, which I did not bring, but I certainly will see to it that it is brought in for the record. Number one, the entire patents on the equipment. Number two, Senator Claiborne Pell's complete statement and story of his own that not only does it exist, but that we even utilize it as far back as the Vietnam War. You might want to touch base with Senator Pell.
I just want to repeat before I turn to
So yes, but we do have all that information.
You're saying the government has created weather tampering techniques so that the, quote, New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans.
Worldwide.
Millions of Americans, and to control the rest.
Yes, sir, and that's my belief. As bizarre as that sounds, if somebody had told me that that equipment even existed 10 years ago, I would have thought they were nuts, sir. And at this point in time, we have all the documents to prove it. And if you think that 85 tornadoes takes place in the middle of our growing area by simultaneous accident, I'm sorry. With the equipment that's already set up internationally, and as bizarre as that is, that they are the greatest weapon ever created in the world, and that's the Senator's own statement. So yes, I do stand on that.
Here is a U.S. Air Force document, 1996. It describes the artificial creation of floods, hurricanes, droughts, and earthquakes, and continues. Weather modification will become a part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. It could have offensive and defensive applications and even be used for deterrence purposes. The ability to generate precipitation, fog, storms on Earth, to modify space weather, and the production of artificial weather all are part of an integrated set of military technologies.
In the summer of 2018, German automaker Volkswagen began using HAIL, H-A-I-L, cannons, shock wave generators that curb the formation of hail in the atmosphere to protect Volkswagen's vehicles in the outdoor car lots in Mexico's Pueblo state. Farmers claim the practice has disrupted all precipitation in the area, pushing the region into drought. The Pueblo government says it will work with VW and the farmers to reach an agreement on the issue.
And this idea of spraying stuff out of planes, the earliest mention, first of all, the earliest mention of the theory of man-made global warming that I've been able to find is in 1958. In 1958, weather modifier Howard T. Orville released an article in Popular Science, I'm looking at it right now instead of looking at the camera, titled Weather as a Weapon. And this is the earliest mention of the theory of man-made global warming that I've been able to find. So the earliest mention of the theory of man-made global warming appears in an article about weather modification from, at the time, the leading weather modifier, Howard T. Orville, who served as a science advisor to the president. Also in that same year, the solar radiation management geoengineering thesis was unveiled in the most cited report, weather modification report. This was a report titled The Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Weather Control. None other than Bernard Vonnegut, who has been deeply involved in the development of technologies that have gone into the New Manhattan Project, was a co-author of this paper. And the paper reads, "The radiation properties of the atmosphere can be altered by the introduction of gases or aerosols and by cloud seeding." So, you know, the whole idea of the theory of man-made global warming comes from weather modification.
Chemtrails are coal ash. Since the mid-1990s, persistent jet trails have appeared in the sky and have increased year after year. Chemtrail residues in rainwater have the same mix of toxic metals as those found in coal ash from coal-burning power plants. Such a huge amount of chemtrails is sprayed every day that there is no other source for these nanometal oxides except coal ash. Fly ash and bottom ash are created at every coal-fired power plant. Fly ash is rich in aluminum oxide, about 30%, which is the main chemical found in chemtrail rainwater tests. Railroad or barge transportation makes it easy to move millions of tons of processed fly ash to secret air bases. All coal electric utilities use transportation, such as railway, to bring coal to the plant. Therefore, it's very easy to remove the fly ash. The low cost of the fly ash, the existing processing facilities, the easy transportation, all out in the open, and the lack of public awareness concerning coal waste make fly ash the ideal source material for the secret chemtrail program. Patent number 5003186 describes cooling the Earth with metal oxides sprayed into the stratosphere. Fly ash has the right size and mixture of metal oxides, so a minimum amount of processing is needed to create a ready-to-spray, water-based chemtrail slurry. Coal fly ash has the correct size, 10 to 100 microns according to the patent. to be used as a Welsbach reflective material when sprayed in the upper atmosphere. In addition to aluminum, rainfall testing shows a variety of toxic metals, which are all found in coal ash, depending on the source of the coal. This rainfall test from Chico, California has high readings in aluminum and barium. This rainfall test from Alachua County, Florida shows high aluminum every day and high barium on a single day. This California rainfall test shows aluminum, barium, and strontium over a 2-month period in January 2014.
One of the driving forces behind this movement, the Illuminati, is the satanic cult movement in this country today. So I began my little journey forward. And one of the matters that I developed information about was an individual I learned about was Aleister Crowley. He likes to have his name pronounced Crowley to rhyme with holy. And the Satanists today, and for the number of years in the past, have basically used his philosophy and his writings as a guide.
He had so many Masonic degrees that you could fill up 5 pages of a book with them. This guy was probably the most highly honored Mason in the world. He styled himself the wickedest man in the world. He believed himself to be the great beast. And he changed his name to Aleister Crowley, so it would add up in both English, Hebrew, and Greek Kabbalah as 666. In 1904, Crowley had a communication with an extraterrestrial being named Iwas. And this being, through his wife, kind of a channeling type operation, brought forth a book that was called the Book of the Law in 1904. And this book declared that the slain and risen God, i.e. Jesus, had stepped off the throne, and that a new God, the crowned and conquering child, was taking his place. As a result of this, Crowley proclaimed the end of Christianity and the start of Crowleyanity. Crowley taught that the way you could live forever was by vampirizing little children sexually. And he personally bragged of having slaughtered 150 male children in 1 year. This is why he was called the wickedest man in the world.
And now listen to this sentence, folks, closely. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable system. We're talking about human sacrifices.
And they'd also drug them up, and they'd take a sacrificial knife and they'd start from the chest and move all the way down to your abdomen. And then that's how they sacrificed, and they'd collect the blood and they'd drink it.
All of the United States military branches have connections to Satanism and the occult. They are vastly controlled and mostly are used as pawns to do the dirty work of the Illuminati. Some military men may simply just take secret oaths and participate in covert operations that are undisclosed or secret to the public, like the secret chemtrail programs that are happening worldwide without the acknowledgement of the general public. However, most military men may simply just be unaware of the control structure of the New World Order, so they just follow orders or follow what they believe to be right for their country. They don't realize that what they're doing for the betterment of their country is actually making it worse. For example, it is a fact that all military branches are engaged into helping fight climate change and sea level rise via technology like geoengineering. However, most don't know or realize that what they're doing to our weather and environment, and even to themselves, is simply a destruction of the Earth's natural weather cycle. They're messing with it, and most either don't care, like if they were being mind controlled like puppets, or think it's for the common good. The reality is, folks, that most military men and women who are part of these covert operations or programs have sold their oath not to the Constitution but to the New World Order, and are doing exactly what they're being told to do. This applies to all countries and their militaries, not just in America. And to further my point, all military branches, thanks to Michael Aquino, who was part of the military, of the NSA, and part of mind control operations in America, Satanism has now brought about into the Navy, into the Army, into the US Air Force, and so on and so forth. So it shouldn't be a surprise that in the future, Space Force will be connected with Satanism. So this should let us know that most military men who are part of these weather modification, weather warfare operations are satanic. So they have to stop, because they're not just poisoning themselves, but they're poisoning the entire world.
From their perch, Rosenbaum and his cohorts taped the tomb's courtyard. What they captured, they say, was initiates, known as neophytes, being forced to kiss a skull, then members performing a mock killing. It may look like your average fraternity nonsense, but Rosenbaum says it's not.
Even though it may seem silly to us, it seems to mean something to them, and you can't argue with the success of Skull and Bones.
True. Famous alums include senators, John Kerry and John Chafee, to name two, cabinet secretaries, such as Averell Harriman, and 3 presidents, William Taft, George Bush, and George W. Bush.
Once I realized I had met an honest, genuine, high-level Freemason who told me there were 13 levels of Freemason above the 33rd degree, and that these people were God. There was no God, they were God. So I asked them about their plans to kill people, and they said, yes, there are too many people on the planet. We need to get rid of several billion, and war doesn't seem to work, so we're going to use disease and starvation.
When the Mason learns that the key is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seeding energies of Lucifer are in your hands. Manly P. Hall, 33rd degree Freemason. The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, page 78. It is possible to make contracts with spirits whereby the magician becomes for a stipulated time the master of an elemental being. True black magic is performed with the aid of a demoniacal spirit who serves the sorcerer for the length of his earthly life. Manly P. Hall, from the Secret Teachings of All Ages, the Theory and Practice of Black Magic. The elites or the Illuminati are possessed by demon spirits or fallen angels, and it makes them invincible. It is the main reason why they can get away with spraying chemtrails all around the world without them getting infected. A lot of us can just assume that they have antidotes to what they're spraying to the skies. However, those are just assumptions. We can also speculate on the underground tunnels or bases that the Illuminati and the military has all underground and around the world. It could be very clear and evidently that the Illuminati go underground while they're doing these covert operations so that they don't get impacted or infected by what they're doing. But for the most part, most of the evidence shows that the Illuminati is 100% possessed by demonic entities.
That's why, for example, George H. Bush, I think it's Magog, one of the demons.
Magog.
Yeah, no?
Yes.
Is it Magog?
Magog.
I will show you the name of Magog in the list of demons that are conjured up when you are in the Illuminati.
Yes.
Because each one of these Illuminati takes on a name of a demon, so he can get possessed by that demon and work with him in order to establish his materialistic and terrestrial power.
Wow.
I realized a long time ago that this family bloodline interbreeding control system of these elite families was not just a human thing. It went beyond that into entities that are anything but human. Because they are working on, operating on a frequency that's different to ours, they have to manipulate our world through conduits, and interfaces.
According to many researchers in the field, and even the people who have directly experienced this phenomenon for themselves, all seem to agree that there is a spiritual element driving this phenomenon. It is clear that there is a metaphysical nature to the UFOs and the alien abductions themselves. Furthermore, the startling similarities with the phenomenon with the occult and other historical, mythological accounts of direct contact with demonic entities should be alarming. Jack Vallée alludes to this concept, stating, quote, "The symbolic display seen by the abductees is identical to the type of initiation ritual or astral voyage that is embedded in the occult traditions of every culture. The structure of abduction stories is identical to that of occult initiation rituals. The UFO beings of today belong to the same class of manifestation as the occult entities that were described in centuries past," end quote.
Just like satanic rituals, the Illuminati does something known as tempestary, which is a form of witchcraft that is related to weather control. The tempestary were in medieval lore witches who specialized in storm raising for the mythical dwellers of a land in the sky called Magania. When huge storms rolled over the land, they were said to be the ships of the Maganians. The tempestary aided the Maganians by whipping up the wind and creating lightning and thunder. By maliciously dumping their cargoes overboard, the Maganians sent hail to pelt the crops below. Then they would land their ships and, with further help of the tempestary, steal the beaten down crops. Often they would streak back into the sky without paying the tempestary, and the witches would give chase, which the peasants below saw at the wispy clouds in the sky that follow a storm. The witches at the time were also known as magicians, who dwelt among the common people of a village, which had the ability through rituals to control the weather. During these times, churches like the Catholic Church did not believe witches could do such a thing as controlling the weather. Starting in around the mid-13th century, however, it became widely accepted that witches had the capability to control natural forces like weather. The rest is obviously simply mythology and the beginning of what is known as the witch hunt. The point that I'm trying to make here is that since the Illuminati is involved in satanic rituals, it would be no surprise that they're also involved in tempestary. This would help us explain why the Illuminati wants to control the weather through technology. Weather modification is simply witchcraft for the elites. This helps us understand why there's been constant increases of gigantic storms, hurricanes, earthquakes, and so on over the past decades. This also answers the question, is the Illuminati trying to play God? Yes, because as Satan said when he fell from heaven, that he would be like the Most High. For Satan is the prince of the power of the air. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 2.
Near the day of the Great Purification,
there will be cobwebs spun back and forth in the sky, a Hopi prophecy. And it says, though this is a demonic prophecy, it is another connection that can be drawn between the chemtrails and the demons. Just like Crowley, who contacted Lamb through the use of drugs. What is the great day of purification the demons speak of? It is their dream when the New World Order is in place and all the Christians are exterminated or reprogrammed to worship Lucifer or Satan. The following quote makes their goals very clear. No one will enter the New World Order unless he or she will make a pledge to worship Lucifer. No one will enter the New Age unless he will make a Luciferian initiation. David Spangler, Director of Planetary Initiative, United Nations.
And they watched people being killed around them, and they watched people starving, and they watched elderly people not get any medicine. And now they know it's happening because we've been telling them repeatedly over and over every day. And you know what they're doing now? And I'm not blaming anyone. I'm telling you what's happening. They have set up a checkpoint at the bottom of this bridge. This is the bridge that takes you from New Orleans over into Gretna, from Orleans Parish into Jefferson's Parish. It's the only way out. It's the connection to the rest of the world. And they've set up a checkpoint, and anyone who walks up out of that city now is turned around. You are not allowed to go to Gretna, Louisiana from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Look in the face of the baby. This is it. This is it. No sugarcoating, no political spin, no Republicans or Democrats. People suffering. Let them go. Let them out of here. Let them go. Let them walk over this damn interstate and let them out of here.
Within minutes, all hell broke loose.
Tornado sirens went off and we had to go into shelter, and we were down there for a good hour.
Omaha's airport closed due to flash floods, reporting more than an inch of rainfall in just 8 minutes, a rate of more than 8 inches per hour. That much rain falling so fast flooded streets, stranding drivers. Emergency crews in lifeboats rescued families trapped in flooded homes. The high winds snapped trees and tossed grain silos.
I would like to make a big disclaimer. I am not a professional doctor, nor am I someone to tell you what to take for medication. I would advise to always ask an actual doctor or professional for any medical advice. Anyways, I want to begin by saying that in order for us to get rid of the nanoparticles in our bodies, we must be willing to keep our immune system very healthy. Therefore, we must take supplements with high amounts of vitamin C or D. It is also important to take great amounts of water every day to stay hydrated. Take at least 1 or 2 gallons per day. It is also very important to stay in good shape. Simply going outside for a jog or working out will help. Make sure to eat very healthy vegetables that are high in fiber or vitamins. In other words, eat a clean diet. This will help to ensure that your body is getting the necessary minerals that it needs, and that extra boost for your immune system to fight against the nanofibers inside of you. Now for the next segment, I'm gonna have someone speaking about certain supplements and certain ingredients to use against these nanofibers. And obviously I'm not a doctor, I don't recommend these, and I personally haven't tried these. But I'm gonna have the link below to the original video for you guys to decide. Take a listen.
Nanozeolites are also one that everyone should be taking every day. Nanozeolites are different than powdered zeolites, micronized zeolites, rock powders, and those geodesic domes have a very strong negative charge in them. So when you ingest them, they will go into the body and they will latch on to any positively charged particles in the body. Now it just so happens that pathogens and parasites and free radicals have a positive charge in the body. And so they go into the body, and because they're nanoscale, they're actually small enough they can go anywhere in the body that water can go. They can go into the brain, and they can pull heavy metals out of the brain or anywhere in the body. Now another really cool one is, of course, a lot of you have heard that we need to be taking an iodine to feed the thyroid. Radioactive elements like cesium and radioactive iodine, they will get loaded into the thyroid and then cause thyroid cancer and other problems. So not only does it feed the thyroid and detoxify the body, but it also neutralizes radioactivity in the body, which I think is really cool. Apple pectin powder, also really great one. Apple pectin has been proven in Fukushima to be extremely effective at pulling radiation out of the body, and it's ridiculously cheap. It used to be a lot cheaper until I started recommending it. Now I've noticed these people have jacked the price up on it, but it's about 16 bucks a pound now. Charcoal, food grade activated charcoal is also a really good one. What are known as the transuranic elements, the radioactive elements from uranium on up on the periodic chart, they are large enough that zeolites can't pull them out of the body. So you've got to use, but they also don't get into the brain and other parts of the body because they're so large. So you can pull them out of the GI tract with charcoal and also with clays. I like sacred clay because not only it's like morlanite clay and it will pull toxins and heavy metals out of the gut, but it has ormus in it, so you're getting ormus with it as well. Also, more commonly available ones, Sunny 7, which is available in most health food stores, that's bentonite clay, and morlanite clay. Those clays are also extremely good at pulling this stuff out of the gut.
To protect ourselves from electromagnetic fields, we must first consider using our phones, laptops, or whatever else for a limited time. The amounts of frequencies produced by our smartphones can be very toxic to our blood cells and immune system. So it's always important to keep your phone away from you at all costs. Secondly, we must consider staying positive or healthy as always. Staying in fear, stress, or anxiety can make you more vulnerable to EMF radiation. Finally, there's always products that we can use to fight against EMF radiation. Now, I don't recommend these products at all whatsoever, but they're just suggestions. As a result of learning about weather modification, chemtrails, Haarp, directed energy weapons, etc., we come to the idea of what can we do to stop this genocide? What can I do to fight back? Well, there's always some things that we can do, but there's not many options. A lot of us would like to protest or go to a geoengineering conference to speak out about this ongoing genocide, but even with all of the proof that you can provide to the people, they will still deny it. So what can we do? Well, we can make and keep sharing these videos and information online, like sharing this exact documentary to your peers or loved ones. We can share this information, all of the information that I've gathered from in this documentary, and share it to these people. This is all the proof, all of the evidence, and everything combined, all the dots connected. Although there is a lot more information that I can go through and discuss about regarding weather modification, like how the chemtrail particulates are coming down in rain, and how the black substances in snow are being found, etc., etc. But I believe that I already provided enough evidence to show that weather modification is indeed a reality and is being used by the same elite who have had control over our governments and militaries for the past 200 years. To conclude my research, I would suggest that we all stay in the Word of God, the Bible, or the Gospel of Jesus Christ, Yahushua. For we are at war, not only physically, but spiritually. And I'll end my documentary by saying, or by quoting a Bible verse. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Therefore put on the full armor of God.